You know, I've been thinking about redecorating my room lately. I'm trying to figure out what kind of furniture would make it more comfortable.
OMG, seriously? That's like totally what I've been thinking about too. A new room layout can completely change your mood.
Oh, that sounds like fun. Are you planning a big change? コメントもらったよ。
コメント発
メッセー
見。
ジ受信。
レス返すからどっか行かないでね。Dolphin, so cute! It makes me want to go to the aquarium, like right now.
Fufu, that's a lovely idea, Kara. Watching dolphins can be very relaxing, you know.
An aquarium trip with everyone? I'm down for that. Sounds like a fun day off.
Dolphins, aquatic mammals. Data suggests high social intelligence. A valid subject for observation.
See? It's settled. Let's all go. It'll be totally awesome.
Speaking of relaxing things, what's your Go Minus to a reward suite when you're feeling tired, everyone? I recently found a limited minus edition fruit tart that was absolutely heavenly.
Oh, MG, yes! My reward suite is, like, totally essential. It's self-minus scare.
I agree. Nothing beats a good sweet after a long day. Boku is a big fan of parfaits.
My ultimate reward is a triple chocolate fudge brownie. It's the best for a cheat day.
Oh, that sounds incredible. The kind with all the different layers and textures are the best, right?
Analysis complete. Sucrose intake triggers a dopamine release in the brain's reward center. A logical choice for mood elevation.
Fufu, exactly. It's a scientifically sound way to make yourself happy.
See? It's basically medicine. But you gotta make sure you don't crash from the sugar rush later.
There's the health expert. Always finding a way to bring nutrition into it. It's impressive, really.
That's our Kara. How about you, Kohaku? Is your reward the usual coolant?
Affirmative. This unit requires regular maintenance with vanilla minus flavored coolant. Mint chocolate chip variant is also acceptable for special occasions.
Mint chocolate chip? That's a bold choice, Kohaku. Boku likes it too, though.
That's a nice surprise. I didn't know you had a second favorite.
This whole conversation is making me hungry. Let's all go on a sweets tour after the stream. For real.
Sounds like a great plan. Boku's in.
I'd love that. It would be a fun reward for a successful stream.
Destination search best ice cream. Routing.
Treating ourselves to sweets is a wonderful short minus term reward, but it got me thinking. What about long minus term self minus investment? Is there a new skill or field of study anyone is interested in tackling for their future selves? Like learning a new language or programming?
Like, a real minus life level minus up. I've been totally thinking about getting a personal trainer certification. It would be so cool to give everyone, like, super solid health advice based on science and stuff.
A certification, huh? That's impressive, Kara. Very you.
Personal trainer certification. Average pass rate 70. Requires knowledge of anatomy and kinesiology. A logical goal.
For me, I've been thinking about learning a musical instrument. Maybe something calm, like an acoustic guitar.
An acoustic guitar sounds lovely, Tsuki. Very relaxing. As for me, I'm considering learning more about data science. It would be very helpful for my research.
Data science? Oh, that sounds super smart. You're already like a genius, Mari minus me.
You flatter me. It's just a field that interests me. Every skill we learn opens up new possibilities after all.
New skill. Probability of future utility. Calculating. Variables are too numerous. Suggest pursuing subjects of high interest for optimal performance.
That's a good point, Kohaku. It's best to learn something you actually enjoy. What about you? Anything you want to install?
Acquisition of advanced robotics engineering protocols for self-maintenance.
OMG! You're gonna be your own mechanic? That's like the coolest thing I've ever heard.
That's certainly a practical skill to have, Kohaku. Very impressive.
It's interesting how different everyone's goals are. I, personal trainer, a musician, a data scientist, and a robotics engineer.
Right? We should totally, like, check in on each other's progress. Make it a group challenge.
A progress minus sharing group. That's a wonderful idea. It's a great way to maintain motivation.
Challenge accepted. Progress will be logged and submitted for review.
Sounds like we have a plan. This is going to be fun.
Hey everyone, I was just thinking. What's something you've all been really passionate about lately? Something you're diving deep into?
OMG, yes. I've been getting super into advanced meal prepping. Like, calculating the exact macros for every single meal for the entire week. It's so satisfying.
Meal prepping, huh? That's some serious dedication, Kara. For Boku, it's been about learning to play the acoustic guitar.
The guitar? How lovely, Tsuki. Is there a particular song you're trying to master?
Not one specific song, really. It's more about getting the chords to sound clean and just enjoying the process. It's pretty calming.
That sounds so chill. You should totally play for us sometime. My passion is like way more high minus energy.
Passion is a variable. This unit has been allocating processing power to urban bird minus watching, cataloging local avian species.
Bird minus watching? That's an interesting one, Kohaku. It requires a lot of patience and a keen eye.
Birds? You mean like pigeons? Are you making sure they're getting enough vitamin D?
Species identified rock dove, Eurasian tree sparrow, brown minus-eared bulbul. Vitamin D levels unconfirmed.
Everyone's got their own unique thing going on. It's cool. Boku's goal is to be able to play a song by ear eventually.
That's a fantastic goal. As for me, I've been engrossed in reading historical biographies. Understanding the decisions people made in the past is endlessly fascinating.
Wow, Mori minus me, that's so smart. My goal is to get my meal prep time under 1 hour for the whole week. Total efficiency.
Objective: create a comprehensive database of all avian species within a 5-kilometer radius. Completion: estimate 304 days.
Fufu, it seems we all have our long minus term projects. It's what keeps things exciting, isn't it?
For sure. Having something you're passionate about is a good way to keep your mind balanced.
Totally. It's like a workout for your brain. Or, your actual body in my case.
It's all about personal growth. Whether it's through music, fitness, data, or history, we're all learning. Speaking of the future, all this new technology like ion robotics is developing so fast. How do you all think our daily lives will change once it becomes more common?
OMG, for real? Like, self-minus driving cars? That would be totally awesome. We could, do our makeup or watch vids on the way to places.
Having your travel time become free time does sound nice. But what happens when AI starts doing our jobs too? What will we do all day?
According to projections, a significant percentage of routine tasks will be automated by 2040. This will necessitate a shift in the human workforce's skill set.
Exactly. They say jobs that require creativity and emotional intelligence will remain. But with AI creating art and music, the definition of creativity might change itself.
Wait, so if AI does all the work, does that mean we just get to hang out and focus on being healthy every day? That sounds like the best life ever.
Every day being a holiday sounds fun at first. But don't you think you get bored? Boku thinks having something to work towards is important.
The concept of boredom could become obsolete. AI will curate personalized entertainment streams, optimized to prevent cognitive stagnation.
An interesting point. An AI that knows you better than you know yourself, suggesting the perfect movie or game. It's a bit unsettling, but also convenient.
I want an AI that designs the perfect workout plan for me every single day, and yells at me if I skip leg day.
I'd like one that suggests what to eat based on my health that day. It'd save Boku the trouble of having to decide.
Similar services currently exist. Widespread adoption is hindered by cost and the required volume of personal biometric data.
That's true. The technology is often ahead of the social infrastructure. But even something like eliminating commutes would be a massive change for society.
No more crowded trains in the morning? That's like a dream come true! You could use that time for morning yoga or something.
And if we can work from anywhere, people could choose to live in more places. Living somewhere surrounded by nature sounds nice.
My application rural revitalization success stories.
LeFou, it's fun to imagine, isn't it? I'm excited for a more convenient future, but I'm also curious to see what parts of our humanity will change, and what parts will stay the same.
Totally! But no matter what happens, we'll all still be best, I guess, right? That's one thing that's never gonna change.
you're right. In the end, who you spend your time with is what matters most. Boku thinks any future would be fun as long as I have you guys.
Agreed. Satisfaction level with the current operational team is calculated at 98.7%.
Hey, so like, all the stuff we're learning is totally for the future, right? So if you could use your passion to invent one brand new thing, what would it be?
Oh, that's a fun one. Boku would probably create something that helps people understand their own emotions better. Like a mood ring that actually works and gives you advice.
That's a fascinating concept, Tsuki. It would be a powerful tool for self-minus reflection. It could help people identify emotional triggers they weren't even aware of.
Motion analysis technology. Current accuracy rates are approximately 72% based on facial recognition. Internal state monitoring would require advanced biometric sensors.
Sensors! Totally! For my idea, I'd want an AI that scans your body and instantly creates the perfect meal and workout plan for you every single day. No more guessing.
That'd be super helpful. So many people struggle with that stuff. You'd be saving the world, Kara.
It would certainly revolutionize personal health care. Tailoring plans to an individual's specific needs in real minus time is the next frontier.
Right? And like, it would sync with your fridge and just order the groceries you need. Ultimate convenience.
Logistical challenge: global food supply chain integration. Estimated implementation time needs years. Required investment substantial.
Fufu. You always bring us back to reality, Kohaku. What about you? What would your ultimate invention be?
A universal translation device for non-human species, starting with birds. Their data is incomplete.
Talking to birds? That's unexpected. But I can totally see you doing that, Kohaku.
OMG! You could ask them if they're getting enough sunlight, genius.
It would open up an entirely new field of research. The ethical implications alone would be staggering. A truly profound idea.
Imagine combining all our ideas. A bird tells you it's stressed, the sensor picks it up, and Kira's AI suggests a nutritionally balanced seed mix to help it chill out.
Total wellness for everyone and everything. That's so awesome!
It seems our individual passions could create something quite extraordinary when combined. It's a nice thought.
Project Codename. Project Chirp-Swell. Feasibility study initiated.
Chirp-Swell? Boku likes it. Has a nice ring to it.
We'd be the coolest tech startup ever!
Changing topics a bit. Has anyone seen a movie or an anime recently that really moved them? Or perhaps something that made you laugh uncontrollably?
OMG, yes! I watched this super intense action movie, and the main character's training montage was epic. It got me so hyped I did a full workout right after.
That sounds like you. Kira, Boku actually watched an older animated film. There was a scene where the rivals finally understood each other without saying a word. It was really touching.
Analysis non-verbal communication in climactic scenes has a higher emotional impact rating than scenes reliant on exposition. Date confirms this is effective.
Fufu, That's true. It's the show, don't tell principle in action. It allows the audience to connect the emotional dots themselves, which is very powerful.
For sure. But on the funny side, I saw a comedy where a cat just kept pushing things off a table while its owner was on a super important video call. It was so simple but so funny.
The simple stuff is often the best. That feeling of I've totally seen a cat do that makes it funnier because it's so real.
It's the comedy of the mundane. Taking a relatable, everyday situation and placing it in a high-stakes context. A classic formula for a reason.
Thales catus behavioral patterns interference, workplace productivity.
Exactly! The guy was trying to stay professional, but the cat was just causing total chaos. I was dying.
Speaking of moving scenes, Boku saw a drama where a character finally stands up to their toxic family. Not in a big dramatic way, but just by quietly saying no. The silence after was so loud.
That sounds incredibly powerful. Sometimes the quietest moments have the biggest impact. It represents a huge internal victory for the character.
Oh, that gives me goosebumps. That's a different kind of strength, you know? Like mental toughness. That's just as important as physical.
Query: was there a quantifiable increase in the character's serotonin levels post-minus confrontation? Fictional data is often inaccurate.
Probably Kohaku. You could just see the weight lift off their shoulders. It was a really well-acted scene.
It seems we all appreciate different things. Epic action, quiet understanding, relatable humor, and personal breakthroughs. It's wonderful.
Totally! Now I have a bunch of new stuff I want to watch. My watch list is gonna be, like, 1,000,000 miles long.
We should all share our top recommendations sometime. Could be fun to see what everyone picks.
Fufu. It's nice and quiet. It got me thinking, does everyone have a little favorite thing or a special routine that makes your day feel more comfortable?
OMG! Totally! For me, it's my morning routine. Waking up, getting some sunlight, and drinking a glass of warm water. It, like, sets my whole body clock for the day.
So diligent, Kara. Boku is the opposite. My special time is late at night, brewing a perfect cup of coffee before starting to relax. The smell is the best part.
Morning exposure to sunlight stimulates serotonin production. Kira's routine is biologically sound. My routine consists of a system diagnostic and intake of coolant.
What? You mean I scream, right? That's a solid routine too.
It seems we all have our preferred beverages. I'm quite particular about my teacup. Using a favorite one makes any tea taste better, don't you think?
Oh, for sure. Boku has a collection of mugs. I pick one based on my mood for the day. It's a small thing, but it makes me happy.
The material and shape of a vessel can influence the perception of taste and temperature retention. A scientifically verifiable phenomenon.
For real? I'm just picky about my protein shaker. It has to be easy to clean, or it's a total deal minus breaker.
That's a very practical concern. Oh, what about other things? Like background music while you work or study?
Boku likes ambient sounds. The sound of rain or a quiet cafe. It helps me focus without being distracting.
No way! I need something with a beat. Like upbeat dance music to keep my energy levels high. Gotta keep the momentum going, you know?
I switch between genres. Classical music with no lyrics for deep concentration, and some light jazz when I'm just organizing my notes.
White noise. It masks other ambient sounds, creating a stable auditory environment. It is optimal for maintaining focus and preventing cognitive load.
White noise, huh? Sounds like you, Kohaku. Simple and effective.
It's so interesting how different everyone is. Like, our comfort zones are totally unique.
Indeed. These little personal rules and favorites are what make up our individual lifestyles. It's quite fascinating to hear about them.
There's no right or wrong way. Just what works best for you. That's a good thing to remember.
Data on individual optimization routines has been compiled. Analysis suggests a high degree of personalization.
Watching characters grow in movies is great, isn't it? It reminds me. What's something you all recently felt a sense of accomplishment over? Even something small.
Oh, I love that question. For me, I finally perfected my homemade granola recipe. It took, like, 5 tries to get the crunch just right, but now my breakfast game is on a whole new level.
Fuhu. That's wonderful, Kira. Mastering something in the kitchen is a real achievement. For me, I finally organized my entire digital library of research papers. It was tedious, but now finding information is so much easier.
Wow, that sounds like a huge task, Mari. Boku finally got around to building a piece of furniture that's been in a box for months. My hands hurt, but my room looks way better.
Query: did you follow the assembly manual? Deviation from instructions increases error probability by 47%. This unit successfully optimized its own boot minus up sequence, shaving 0 Hutch seconds off the process.
Oh, MG, Kohaku, that's so you. But hey, faster is faster. And Tsuki building furniture is so cool. See, we're all like leveling up.
It's true. These small victories are important. They build momentum and confidence for larger challenges. It's about proving to yourself that you can overcome obstacles.
Yeah, exactly. The whole time Boku was building that shelf, I was thinking, this is impossible. But then it was just done. It's a good feeling.
Totally! It's like you gotta push through the ugh. This sucks part to get to the OMG, I did it! Part. It's the best feeling ever.
The sucks phase is known as the trough of sorrow in project management. Data suggests that providing positive reinforcement, such as ice cream, can shorten this phase.
Fufu, a very practical application, Kohaku. Perhaps we should all reward ourselves for our recent achievements.
You just want an excuse to eat ice cream, don't you? But Boku's in. I earned it.
For sure! A celebration is totally in order. We should get a file. It's healthier, you know?
That sounds like a lovely idea. It's important to acknowledge our own hard work. It reinforces the positive behavior.
Proposal accepted. Destination: frozen yogurt establishments. Calculating optimal route and flavor combinations.
You guys are quick. Well, hearing everyone's stories makes Boku want to tackle something new again.
Let's keep this good energy going. What's next on everyone's challenge list?
Let's enjoy our victory first, shall we? One step at a time.
You're right. Okay. Let's celebrate our hard work. Boku's proud of all of you.
Friends celebrating small victories together benefits. Search results indicate a high correlation with long-term group cohesion.
This peaceful atmosphere makes me think about our own personal spaces. My favorite part of my room is my large bookshelf. It's meticulously organized.
An organized bookshelf is so satisfying. For me, it's all about my yoga mat corner. Having a dedicated space to stretch and move is, like, essential for my mindset.
My yoga corner sounds nice and healthy. Boku's special spot is just a huge pile of comfy cushions next to the window. It's the best place for reading or just zoning out.
My command chair is ergonomically optimized. It provides lumbar support and adjustable armrests to maintain peak performance during extended monitoring sessions. It is a tool, not a comfort item.
Even a tool can be a source of comfort if it allows you to work without strain. That's a form of care for yourself, Kohaku.
Totally! What about lighting? I'm super picky about that. I have blackout curtains and a sunrise simulation lamp. It's a total game minus changer for sleep quality.
Boku is the opposite. I love string lights. They give off a soft, warm glow that's really relaxing. The bright lights feel too harsh.
The illumination in my sector is calibrated to Yonsei Kelvin to minimize eye strain and maximize focus. Ambience is an inefficient variable.
Inefficient? No way. Good vibes are, like, the most important thing. That's why I also have a bunch of plants. They literally clean the air.
I have a few as well. Taking care of them is a very grounding activity. It's a nice, quiet responsibility.
I have one little cactus. It's tough and doesn't ask for much. Boku can respect that.
Hey, WW, a cute little cactus. See, Kohaku, even a low minus maintenance plant friend could work for you.
Negative. The risk of soil particulate contamination is unacceptable.
Fuhu, a very logical concern. What about a favorite decorative item then? Something with no risk of contamination.
Boku has a music box that my friend gave me. I don't play it often, but I like knowing it's there.
That's so sweet. My favorite thing is probably my giant wall calendar. It's super colorful and helps me plan my workouts and meals. It keeps me on track.
I have a beautiful hourglass on my desk. It's not for timing things precisely. It's more of a reminder to appreciate the moment.
My desk contains only mission minus critical hardware. There are no decorative items. Unnecessary clutter increases cognitive load.
Well, Boku thinks my unnecessary clutter is what makes my room feel like my own.
Exactly. Whether it's for function, health, or comfort, our spaces are a wonderful reflection of ourselves. Fufu, it's always fun to find a new challenge. Has anyone picked up any niche hobbies recently? Something that turned out to be way deeper than you expected?
OMG, yes! I've been getting into competitive speed minus stacking. You know, with the cups. It looks simple, but it's all about muscle memory and efficiency of motion. Super intense.
Speed minus stacking? Sounds energetic. Boku's been doing something quieter. I've started learning calligraphy. Just grinding the ink stick is surprisingly common.
This unit has been cataloging the unique sounds produced by different models of server fans. The harmonic frequencies vary based on blade design and RPM. The data is extensive.
Server fans? For real? That's like the most Kohaku thing I've ever heard. I love it.
That's a fascinating field of study, Kohaku. Fufu. Finding patterns in things others might just consider noise. There's a certain beauty to that.
Yeah, that's kinda cool. A hobby doesn't have to make sense to anyone else as long as you enjoy it. That's the whole point, right?
Precisely. For me, it's been getting into the world of artisanal cheese. The amount of science and history behind each type is staggering. It's a whole universe of flavor.
Yum! That's a good one. It's got protein and calcium. But you gotta watch the fat content, you know. Still, totally worth it.
Clary does this. Artisanal cheese. Hobby included data-driven ranking system based on milk source, aging process, and microbial cultures.
Fufu, of course. I have a spreadsheet and everything. It helps to keep track of pairings with fruits and wines.
Hey, cheese spreadsheet. Boku shouldn't be surprised, but I am. It's very Yumari.
Okay, so we have speed minus stacking, calligraphy, server fan sounds, and fancy cheese. We're like the weirdest, coolest friend group ever.
Can't argue with that. It's definitely not boring around here.
I wouldn't have it any other way. It's wonderful to see everyone so passionate about their unique interests.
Passion isn't the logical variable. However, data acquisition in these niche fields is proceeding at an optimal rate.
Tsuki, you should totally do some calligraphy of, like, a stack of cups. I call it.
Huh. Maybe. As long as you don't knock over the ink with your frantic stacking.
Okay, so we've talked about vibes from, like, lights and stuff, but what about smells? Scent is totally a huge part of a room's atmosphere, right?
That's an excellent point, Kara. Scent has a powerful, direct link to our memory and emotional centers. It's a very effective tool for influencing one's mood.
Boku agrees. I'm pretty particular about it. I like to burn Senowal incense when I want to focus. It's calming and helps clear my head.
Olfactory input is a variable this unit does not prioritize. Air quality is monitored for contaminants, not for subjective ambience. Efficiency is key.
No way, Kohaku! You're missing out. A little peppermint oil on a diffuser can totally boost your concentration. It's like a pre-minus workout for your brain.
Kira has a point. Certain scents, like citrus or mint, are known to have an invigorating effect. It's a simple form of cognitive enhancement in a way.
Aromatherapy cognitive enhancement peer-reviewed. The data suggests a minor, short-minus-term effect on alertness. The placebo effect cannot be discounted.
Let's forget about performance for a second. What about scents you just like? Boku loves the smell of coffee brewing in the morning. It's just comforting.
I understand that completely. For me, it's the smell of old books. It has a certain scent of history and quiet knowledge that I find very soothing.
Oh, that's so classy. Mari minus san. My favorite is the smell of cinnamon buns baking. It's like The ultimate happy, cozy smell.
That's a good one. It makes you feel safe somehow. Boku also likes the smell of rain on asphalt after a hot day.
That phenomenon is called Tetwrecker. It's a combination of plant oils and a chemical compound called geosmin. It's a quantifiable atmospheric event.
Wow, there's a word for it. See? Even science agrees it's a thing.
Fufu. It seems every pleasant experience can be broken down into data for Kohaku. It's one of her charms.
It doesn't make the smell any less nice, though. It just means Kohaku enjoys it in her own way, right?
Acknowledged. The presence of geosmin in the air indicates recent precipitation. It is useful information.
So, what about scented candles? Yay or nay? I have a vanilla cupcake one that's like my go minus to for chilling out.
I enjoy them, but I prefer less gourmand scents. Something like fresh linen or a light floral. It makes the room feel clean and organized.
Boku has a few that smell like a forest or a campfire. It feels like being somewhere else for a little while. It's a nice escape.
Negative. An open flame is an unacceptable fire hazard within the command center. The risk-minus-reward ratio is suppotsum.
Hey, speaking of food, Boku tried something new the other day. French fries dipped in a vanilla milkshake. Don't knock it till you try it.
OMG, yes! The classic sweet and salty combo. That's like the ultimate cheat meal. The glucose spike is real, but totally worth it sometimes.
Fufu, that's a popular one for a reason. The temperature contrast is also part of the appeal. Our brains love those kinds of surprising sensations.
Exactly. Boku just decided to go for it one day. No regrets.
Sodium chloride and sucrose. The combination is known to enhance flavor profiles. Data suggests this pairing has a high rate of user satisfaction.
My new obsession is adding a scoop of plain Greek yogurt to my instant ramen. It sounds weird, but it makes the broth super creamy and adds a ton of protein.
Oh, that's clever, Kara. It's like adding sour cream to a soup. It balances the saltness and adds a nice richness. I can see that working very well.
Yogurt and ramen. Boku is trying to picture it. So it doesn't get all curdled and weird?
Not if you temper it. You just mix a little hot broth into the yogurt first, then stir it all in. Super easy. It was a total game minus changer for my post-minus workout meal.
Introducing a fermented dairy product increases the complexity of the broth's chemical composition, a logical enhancement to nutrient intake.
How about you, Kohaku? Any unexpected discoveries during your maintenance cycles?
Affirmative. This unit has found that a small amount of black pepper on strawberry ice cream is optimal. It amplifies the fruity notes.
Pepper? On ice cream? You guys are wild today? Is that, like, a thing?
It is actually. It's an old Italian trick. The spiciness of the pepper contrasts with the sweetness of the strawberries. It's quite sophisticated.
Boku is learning a lot today. Sounds interesting, at least.
My own recent discovery is a bit milder. I've been putting a slice of orange in my water bottle. Not just squeezing the juice, but the whole slice.
infused water. Why, yes. That's awesome for hydration. You get vitamins and it makes drinking water less boring. Great for your skin, too.
Precisely. The oils from the peel out of the aroma, and it feels more refreshing than plain water. A simple way to elevate a daily routine.
So we have fries with milkshakes, ramen with yogurt, ice cream with pepper, and fancy water. We should open a restaurant.
Totally. It would be the weirdest, most awesome menu ever. Okay, so smells are awesome, but what about light textures? You know, something you just want to touch forever? That's totally a thing, right?
An excellent transition, Kira. Tactile sensations are just as important. For me, it's the satisfying weight and smooth cover of a hardcover book.
A good book feels nice. Boku gets that. For me, it's the slightly cool, smooth surface of my drawing tablet. My pen just glides over it. Helps me get in the zone.
Tactile input. The click of a high-send mouse which provides optimal feedback for command execution. Hysteresis is minimal. It is precise.
Huh? A good click is super satisfying. Like my gym gloves have this perfect grippy texture. Makes me feel like I can lift anything. It's a total confidence booster.
That's a form of an clothed cognition, in a way. The feeling of the gear puts you in the right mindset to perform. It's quite effective.
That makes sense. It's not just about comfort, but about preparing your mind. Like how some people have a lucky controller for gaming.
Totally. What about for relaxing, though? My weighted blanket is, like life mind is changing. It's the best hug ever. Everyone should have one for proper sleep hygiene.
Boku has a really worn-out soft hoodie. It's not fancy, but it's been with me forever. Just pulling the hood up feels safe.
Ah, the comfort of the familiar. It's a powerful psychological anchor. It reminds you of safety and stability.
This unit's processing core requires thermal regulation. The smooth, cold surface of a frozen coolant stick is effective for heat dissipation. The tactile sensation is a secondary benefit.
A frozen? You mean your ice cream, Kohaku? LOL, that totally counts.
Coolant stick. Never change, Kohaku.
Fufu, it seems even the most logical of us find comfort in physical sensations, even if it's for efficiency.
What about you, Mari-san? Besides books.
Well, I have a set of smooth, cool glass worry stones. Rolling one between my fingers helps clear my thoughts when I'm stuck on a problem.
Oh, those are nice. It's good to have something to do with your hands that doesn't involve a screen.
Fidget toys cognitive benefits research. Some studies indicate potential improvements in focus for specific neurological profiles. Data is inconclusive for the general population.
Who cares about the data? If it feels good and helps you chill, it works. That's the only science Tsuki needs.
Changing topics a bit, has anyone found a simple item or habit lately that's been a real quality minus of minus life improvement? For me, it was getting a silk pillowcase.
Oh, MG, yes! Mari-san, that's so good for your hair and skin. It reduces friction, so you get less breakage and wrinkles. Total beauty hack.
Huh. Boku's is less fancy. Just really good blackout curtains. Being able to make the room pitch black whenever I want is the best. It's like an instant minus nap button.
The absence of light signals the pineal gland to produce melatonin. This regulates the sleep-wake cycle. Your method is scientifically sound for improving sleep quality.
Exactly. It's all about controlling your environment to support your well-being. A dark, comfortable room is foundational for good rest.
Totally! My big rule is no phone in bed for at least 30 minutes before sleep. The blue light messes with your melatonin, so it's a total vibe killer for getting sleepy.
That's some serious discipline. Boku just swaps the phone for a boring book. Puts me right out.
Both are excellent strategies. You're creating a wind minus down ritual signaling to your brain that it's time to prepare for sleep. Consistency is key.
Initiating a pre-sleep shutdown sequence, a logical protocol.
Okay, but on the flip side, what about waking up? I got a sunrise alarm clock, and it's been AMAZING. It gets brighter slowly before the alarm goes off.
Waking up with light instead of a loud noise. Boku could get behind that. Sounds much less violent than my phone's alarm.
This simulates a natural dawn. It aligns with the body's circadian rhythm, leading to a less jarring transition from a sleep state to wake signals. Data indicates high user satisfaction.
It's much gentler on the nervous system. A stressful awakening can impact your mood for the entire morning. A small change with a big psychological payoff.
For real, it's like you wake up feeling ready instead of feeling attacked. What else? Anything super simple.
A good pair of noise-canceling headphones. Not even for music. Sometimes just for silence. It's like having a portable do not disturb sign for your brain.
Oh, an excellent one. Reducing sensory overload is incredibly important for focus and preventing mental fatigue. I completely agree.
Filtering extraneous audio input increases signal minus to minus noise ratio for cognitive tasks, an effective hardware solution for a common environmental issue.
Yeah, they're awesome for getting in the zone at the gym too. Lets you focus Hyoku on your workout without any distractions. Maximize those gains.
See? Useful for everything from naps to workouts. A true MVP item.
We've had a fun chat about comforting items. But let's switch gears. What about ways to refresh our minds without needing anything physical? What does everyone do to reset?
Like a mental life minus hack! Totally! Uchi just blasts my favorite hype song and has a 1-minute dance party in my room. It gets the blood flowing and gives you an instant endorphin boost.
I 1-minute dance party sounds very Kira. Boku prefers something quieter. I just close my eyes and focus only on my breathing. In for 4 counts, hold, then out for 6. It really works.
Respiratory rhythm calibration, an effective method for regulating the autonomic nervous system. This unit also finds utility in staring at a fixed distant point. It minimizes unnecessary sensory input.
Fufu. Those are both wonderful forms of mindfulness. One active, one passive. The goal is simply to break your current thought pattern and focus on a single simple task. Very clever.
Yeah? Like, if I'm stuck on a really hard level in a game, I'll just get up and do a set of squats. I'm not not trying to have a full workout, but it just, like, restarts my brain.
Changing your physical state is a good idea. Boku does something similar. I'll just get up, walk to the kitchen, and get a glass of water. The act of moving is the important part.
That's a perfect example of a context switch. By changing your physical environment, even slightly, you signal to your brain that it's okay to think differently. It's a very powerful tool.
Huiri Pomodoro technique. This method incorporates scheduled breaks from a task. The data suggests that short, periodic rests improve long-term focus and reduce mental fatigue.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that. But 25 minutes feels like forever sometimes. My version is like 2 minutes of super minus focus, then any minute stretch break. The Kira minus Doro technique.
Kira minus Doro. Boku likes it. The exact time doesn't matter as much as the act of giving yourself permission to stop. That's what really helps.
Precisely. The method itself is less important than the intention behind it. It's about consciously deciding to take a break and reset your mind.
Sometimes Boku just looks out the window and tries to find a specific color. Like, I'll try to spot 5 things that are blue. It pulls you out of your own head.
A targeted visual data scan. An efficient way to engage the primary visual cortex and divert processing power from abstract thought loops. Logical.
That's a cool idea, Tsuki. Ochi might try that. It's way easier than trying to meditate when your brain is going, like, 1,000,000 miles an hour.
Another simple one is to splash some cold water on your face. The sudden temperature change can be a gentle shock to your system, waking you up and clearing your thoughts.
Classic. That's like the ultimate morning minus, after minus, a minus, late minus, night minus, gaming minus session move. It's super effective.
So we have breathing, dancing, staring, walking, and looking for colors. We've got a pretty good list going.
We certainly do. It just shows there are many ways to find a moment of peace, even without any special tools. It's interesting. Noise minus canceling headphones block out physical sound, but we're constantly bombarded with mental noise, aren't we? From social media and news, everywhere.
OMG, for real. Uchi's rule is super simple good vibes only. If an account is constantly negative or makes me feel stressed, it's an instant mute. My timeline is a strictly happy zone.
A happy zone. Boku likes that. My rule is about timing. I don't look at any news or difficult topics after Q p.m. My peace of mind before sleep is non-negotiable.
This unit employs a source filtration protocol. I only parse data from a pre-approved list of high- signal, low- bias sources. Social media is monitored for keywords but not actively consumed.
Those are all excellent strategies. An emotional filter, a time-based boundary, and a source-based filter. All effective ways to manage cognitive load.
Happy minus WHA? Basically, don't let the internet kill your vibe, right? You gotta be the bouncer for your own brain club.
A brain club. Perfect. You don't have to let every piece of information in. It's okay to just not know some things. Your mental space is too valuable to be cluttered.
It's a matter of intentional selection, not ignorance. For instance, I occasionally seek out well-reasoned opinions that I don't agree with. It helps prevent getting trapped in an echo chamber.
Oh, Mari minus San! That's so smart but sounds kinda stressful. Uchi's brain needs positive reinforcement to function, like how your body needs vitamins.
Confirmation bias. The tendency to favor information that confirms pre-minus existing beliefs. Deliberately seeking counter-Gamerston is a valid debasing technique.
That's a bit destructured for Boku. I won't seek out angry arguments, but I'll listen if a friend shares a different perspective. The source matters.
Exactly. The key is discerning between a different perspective and what's known as rage bait content design, purely to provoke an emotional reaction.
Rage bait. A low-minus effort, high-minus engagement strategy that exploits human negativity bias. An inefficient use of emotional energy.
Totally! It's like internet junk food. It gives you a rush, but then you feel gross after. No thanks.
An excellent analogy, Kira. You are what you consume, and that applies just as much to information as it does to food. You have to curate your diet.
So, be a picky eater with information. Boku can get behind that. Don't just scroll endlessly choose what you actually want to eat.
Yes! Keep your mental diet clean. Full of stuff that makes you feel strong and happy, not sluggish and sad.
Optimizing data input protocols leads to superior cognitive and emotional output. It is logical.
Fufu. Well said, everyone. It seems we all agree that being an active, conscious consumer of information is the best way to maintain one's peace.
There's no single perfect method. Just find a rule that works for you. The goal is to stay sane in a very loud world.
Speaking of which, has anyone else, totally lost track of time recently? Uchi was trying to beat my high score in a dance game and suddenly the sun was coming up. It was a total shock.
Boku knows that feeling. I was watching a documentary series the other night. Just one more episode, I told myself. Famous last words, right?
Fufu. That's called entering a flow state. I was absorbed in mapping out a new project plan last week and completely missed dinner. It's amazing how time can just disappear.
This unit was compiling and cross-minus referencing geological survey data. A temporal anomaly was observed. 7 hours passed in what felt like a single processing cycle.
Biological data? LOL. Koku, you're on a whole other level. But yeah, it's like your brain just deletes the clock.
It's not a bad feeling though. Being that focused on something you enjoy, it's kind of peaceful in a way.
It is. It's a sign that you're truly engaged with something you're passionate about. That's a very healthy thing for the mind.
Healthy for the mind, maybe. But my sleep schedule was totally wrecked. Had to do a full minus on vitamin C and hydration. What's the next morning to recover?
The morning after is always the hardest part. You feel like a zombie, but also kind of proud of yourself. It's a weird mix.
Post-minus task system diagnostics revealed a journey decrease in cognitive efficiency due to insufficient rest. A mandatory sleep cycle was initiated.
I first shut down Fufu. It seems our bodies have a way of telling us when we push too hard, one way or another.
Oh, real. But it's so hard to stop when you're in the zone. It's like just 5 more minutes turns into 2 hours.
That's the trap. The 5 more minutes trap gets me every time with video games. No regrets though.
It's about finding a balance, isn't it? The joy of immersion versus the need for rest. A constant negotiation.
Recommendation: set a tactical timer. An external audio alert can override a hyper-focused state.
Oh, a tactical timer. That sounds way cooler than just setting an alarm. Uchi's gonna try that.
Only Kohaku could make a simple alarm sound like a military operation. Boku likes it.
Whatever helps us enjoy our passions without turning into complete night owls, right? It's a clever idea.
Hey! I've been wondering, has anyone started any new hobbies lately? Uchi's been getting super into making my own protein bars.
Tofu. That's very you, Kara. Homemade protein bars sound both delicious and efficient. What kind have you been making?
Best kind. Chocolate peanut butter, obviously. It's way better than store-bought stuff cause you know exactly what's in it. No weird chemicals.
That's pretty cool. Boku has been doing something a bit quieter. I started learning calligraphy.
Whoa, seriously? Calligraphy? That sounds so elegant and cool. Super different from protein bars.
It's calming. Focusing on the brush strokes helps clear your mind. You should try it sometime when you want to relax.
Calligraphy: the practice of precise motor control to create aesthetically pleasing symbols. Data suggests it has a meditative effect, a logical choice for mental regulation.
An active hobby and a quiet one. It's a wonderful balance. As for me, I've started studying ancient philosophy. It's fascinating to see how their questions are still relevant today.
Philosophy, huh? Sounds like a challenge. But I can totally see you enjoying that, Mari-san.
This unit has initiated a new learning protocol analyzing bee colony behavior. Their communication and social structure are models of efficiency.
Bees? Like, with honey and stuff? That's kinda random, but also really interesting. So what about stuff we WA and E to try next?
An excellent question. Is there something new you will want to challenge yourselves with in the future?
Boku has been thinking about learning to play the acoustic guitar. It seems like a good skill to have.
Oh, MG! Tsuki with a guitar would be so cool! You could totally play songs for us. Uchi wants to try bouldering. It looks like a fun full minus body workout.
Bouldering requires strength and strategy. A perfect fit for you, Kira. I've been considering taking up pottery. The idea of creating something tangible and useful is appealing.
Pottery sounds nice. Very peaceful. What about you, Kohaku? Any future projects?
Next project: constructing a small scale automated aquaponics system. Objective: to cultivate spinach with 99% resource efficiency.
Aqua minus what? So you're gonna grow veggies with fish? That's wild! We could make a super healthy salad with your spinach!
It sounds like we all have exciting plans. I'm looking forward to hearing about everyone's progress.
Yeah, listening to everyone's goals is getting Boku motivated too. It's nice to see everyone trying new things.
Okay, tactical timer is officially my new favorite phrase. It makes everything sound so epic. What other cool life minus hack words do you guys have? Uchi wants to hear them all.
Fufu. It's a wonderful form of cognitive reframing. By changing the label of an action, you can alter your emotional response to it. For example, I don't do chores. I execute a domestic environment optimization protocol.
Oh, that's a mouthful, Mari-san. Focus is a bit simpler. Taking a nap isn't just sleeping, it's engaging the rapid recharge cycle.
Affirmative. This unit refers to sleep as scheduled system maintenance. It is critical for optimal performance.
System maintenance. I love it! For me, my morning smoothie isn't just a drink. It's my liquid energy core. Gotta power up for the day.
Liquid energy core. Sounds about right. For me, snack time is a strategic morale boost. Very important for long missions, you know.
It's all about adding a sense of purpose or playfulness. It makes things feel less like obligations and more like part of a grander game. Even grocery shopping can be a resource acquisition mission.
Resource acquisition mission. That's way better than oh no, we're out of almond milk again.
This unit's grocery run is a logistics and supply chain operation. Objective: procure consumables before inventory reaches critical levels.
You make everything sound so professional, Kohaku. Boku just calls doing the dishes decontaminating the sector.
That's a good one, Tsuki. It frames it as a challenge to overcome. How about something you enjoy, like reading a book?
Oh, for me, that's an inspirational data download. Or like a story minus mode life minus sim.
Boku calls it parallel world immersion, just diving into a different reality for a little while.
Text minus based information absorption.
Kohaku, you gotta give it more pizzazz, like decoding ancient knowledge scrolls.
Acknowledged. Updating terminology. Decoding ancient knowledge scrolls.
See? It's fun, isn't it? It's a small, creative exercise that can genuinely brighten your perspective on daily tasks.
Yeah, you're basically tricking your own brain into having more fun. It's a pretty clever life hack.
Totally! Let's rename everything. My daily workout is now my superhero training montage.
An excellent choice, Kira. Now you're not just exercising, you're building your origin story. Fulfill. An interesting topic comes to mind. When you all decide to start a new hobby, what's the very first thing you do to prepare?
Oh, Hachi just dives right in. Overthinking is a waste of time. Just get out there and try it, you know? If you mess up, you just laugh it off.
That's very you, Kara. Boku is the type to get all the gear first. Having cool equipment motivates me. It's all about the aesthetics.
Initiate preliminary analysis. Calculate necessary starting costs, time investment, and probability of success versus abandonment. Like cost minus benefit analysis is required.
Waffle? Three very different approaches. The action minus first type, the environment minus first type, and the data minus first type. It's fascinating.
Totally get the gear thing, Tsuki. Cute workout clothes make you want to go to the gym, right? It's like a scientific fact.
Exactly. If your tools look professional, you feel more professional. It's a simple mental trick that works.
Acquiring proper equipment can produce a psychological boost, enhancing initial confidence and performance. The logic is sound.
So, once you decide on the gear, how do you go about gathering information? Hara, you seem to rely on vibes.
Uchi watches the top YouTubers and influencers. If they're using it and having fun, it must be good. I trust the energy.
Hoku is more of a review minus reader. I'll read the Gold Star reviews and the Seichi Star reviews. You need both sides to make a good decision.
Cross minus reference technical specifications with reviews from certified experts. User minus generated emotional feedback is filtered as low minus priority data.
I prefer to read an introductory book on the subject. I like to understand the entire framework before I start. It helps me see the bigger picture.
A book? For real? Mari minus San. You're like a super minus genius. My brain would totally short minus circuit.
But Mari minus San's way makes sense. It might seem slow, but it can prevent you from making beginner mistakes. It's a shortcut in the long run.
Establishing a solid foundational knowledge base prevents the development of improper techniques that are difficult to correct later. A strategically sound approach.
And what about the very first step? Once you have the gear and the knowledge, what's your first move?
Just do it. The first try is just for figuring out what you DONT know. It's more fun that way. No pressure.
Boku would probably ask someone who's already good at it for a little help. Stumbling on the first step is the quickest way to lose motivation, you know.
Wise strategy. Having a mentor or a guide lowers the initial barrier to entry significantly. It leverages our natural desire for social learning.
Define the minimum viable action. Break the goal into the smallest possible tasks. Step 1 can be as simple as open the box containing the new equipment.
Whoa! That's super smart, Kohaku. Baby steps. Breaking it down makes it seem way less scary.
Ah, precisely. Every great journey begins with a single, manageable step. It's all about building momentum. Speaking of words, have any of you ever been surprised by the original meaning of a common phrase? I find etymology quite fascinating.
Ooh, like word trivia? Spill the tea, Mari minus San. Uchi loves this kind of stuff.
Fufu. For example, the Japanese word naruhodo. We use it casually to mean, I see, or that makes sense.
Yeah, Boku says it all the time. What about it?
Originally, it had a much stronger meaning closer to, I have achieved enlightenment, or I have grasped the fundamental truth. A real eureka moment.
Whoa, for real? So every time Uchi says it, I'm basically acting like a wise old sage. That's hilarious.
Declaring enlightenment because you figured out the microwave settings. It's a bit dramatic, but Boku likes it.
This phenomenon is known as semantic bleaching, the process by which a word's meaning becomes less intense over time.
Semantic what? It sounds like you're doing laundry for words. That's so cool.
That's an excellent way to put it, Kohaku. Another example is the word awful, which used to mean full of awe or minus inspiring.
So a beautiful sunset could have been awful? That's a complete yakuhachiju. It's like words have their own secret lives.
My mind is totally blown. So what's a good thing to say now? That sunset is super awesome. Wait, will also mean something bad in the future?
The word nice had a negative connotation in the 14th century, meaning foolish or ignorant. Linguistic evolution is unpredictable.
So, calling someone nice was an insult? Boku's gotta be careful when time minus traveling, I guess.
Fufu, indeed. It makes you appreciate how language is a living, breathing thing that changes with us.
Hoochie just remembered one. The word clue originally meant a ball of thread, like to find your way out of a maze.
Oh, that's a good one. A thread of evidence that leads you to the solution. That makes perfect sense.
Affirmative. Derived from the myth of Theseus and the Minotaur. A little thread for navigation became a metaphorical one for investigation.
Myths, historical events, misunderstandings. So many things shape the words we use every day. It's like digging for treasure.
Totally. This is so much fun. Let's find more word treasures. Okay, team. Super serious question. If time, money, and talent were like totally no object, what ultimate hobby would you start right now?
An ultimate hobby, huh? Boku would probably want to find and befriend a mythical creature like a phoenix. I bet they have great stories to tell.
Mythical creatures. Existence probability less than 0.00 each percent. This unit would prefer to establish a permanent, fully minus automated research base at the bottom of the Mariana Trench.
Those are both fascinating. I would dedicate my time to locating and translating the entire collection of the Lost Library of Alexandria. Imagine the knowledge we could recover.
Wow! That's so smart, Mari-san. But Tsuki would totally build a giant anti-minus gravity dance stadium in orbit! The ultimate cardio workout with the best view!
An anti-minus gravity dance stadium? Sounds like you probably make everyone drink a protein shake before they could enter.
Obviously! Gotta maintain that muscle mass, even in 0 minus G. Health is everything everywhere!
The logistical cost of supplying protein supplements to a low minus Earth orbit facility would be substantial. My deep minus sea base would be self minus sufficient.
It's interesting. Kira and Kohaku want to build new frontiers, while Tsuki and I want to connect with something lost or hidden. The explorer versus the archaeologist.
Yeah, but think about it, Mari-san. A lost library is just a place full of lonely stories waiting to be heard. It's not that different from a lonely phoenix.
Oh, MG Tsuki. You make everything sound so sweet. Maybe we can read the lost books at the deep minus sea base after the space dance party.
Request denied. The structural integrity of the base cannot be guaranteed against the rhythmic vibrations of a dance party. Also, paper manuscripts do not fare well under extreme pressure.
Fushi has a point. We'd have to digitize them first. It would be a monumental project, preserving ancient wisdom with modern technology.
So basically, we're all just a bunch of nerds with big dreams, huh? Boku likes that.
We're the coolest nerds ever. Our hobbies are literally out of this world. Or like at the bottom of it.
It's a wonderful thought experiment. It reveals what we value most: experience, knowledge, connection, and discovery.
Affirmative. The hypothetical scenarios provide useful data on individual core programming.
Well, whatever the hobby, it sounds like it would be fun to do it together.
Totally. Team Ultimate Hobby is a go. Let's do it all.
It's not just words, is it? Sometimes you learn the why behind a simple everyday object, and your whole perspective on it shifts.
OMG, totally? Like, Uchi was mesmerized by the convenience store coffee machine the other day. The way it grinds the beans and drips perfectly every time. It's a tiny robot barista.
Ah, a robot barista. Boku gets that. For me, it was learning about the different types of tactile paving on the sidewalks, the lines and the dots.
Oh, tactile blocks for the visually impaired. Lines indicate direction of travel. Dots indicate a warning or intersection. A logical undeficient system.
Exactly, Kohaku. There's a purpose behind every design choice. Even the textured edges of train platforms are designed to be felt through shoes, signaling the edge.
No way! It all has a meaning? That's awesome! Walking around town is gonna feel like a treasure hunt now.
Boku knows what you mean. Once you know, you can't unminus see it. It's like the resolution of the world just got a little higher.
Another example, the hole in a ballpoint pen cap. It is an anti-minus choking feature, designed to allow airflow if swallowed.
Wow, a tea? Seriously? I always thought it was just a design thing. People are so smart.
A small detail that can be a lifesaver. It's the principle of universal design, making things safer and easier for everyone. It's quite beautiful, really.
Speaking of stationery, the reason erasers have so many corners is to make it easier to erase small details. It's obvious, but whoever thought of it first was a genius.
So true. I always try to protect the corners on a new eraser. It feels like a crime to use them.
Wow. How to preserve eraser corners. Searching. A common dilemma shared by many users.
You too, Kohaku. You end up using them anyway, though.
It seems whether it's language, city planning, or simple stationery, everything is filled with someone's intention and kindness. It makes the everyday world feel a little more special.
Hey, we should totally do a stream where we go on a cool city design hunt. It'd be so much fun.
Oh, that sounds interesting. Boku is in.
Mission Urban Exploration for Covert Design Signatures. Approved. Pending sufficient supply of cooling material.
It's settled then. I'm looking forward to it. If any of you watching find anything interesting, be sure to let us know.
Yeah, share your little discoveries. It's fun to see the world through someone else's eyes.
Fufu, here's a fun thought. If we could each have our own secret base or Ada layer, completely separate from our readable work, what would it be?
OMG, yes. Uchi would totally have a state minus of minus a dance studio with floor minus to minus ceiling mirrors and a killer sound system. A place to create the ultimate workout playlists.
That sounds like you, Kara. Boku would prefer something quieter. A cozy attic room with a skylight for stargazing. A huge comfy sofa. And a mini minus fridge just for desserts.
This unit would require a sterile, temperature-controlled laboratory for advanced robotics research, and a significantly oversized cryogenic freezer for research samples.
Of course, for research samples. My ideal space would be a quiet study filled with books from floor to ceiling, with a large desk overlooking a peaceful garden.
Hey, book-filled study sounds so smart, Mari-san. Who would you invite? It's no fun having a secret base all by yourself, right?
Boku agrees. My attic would be a hideout for all of us. A place to escape when things get too loud. You can just come and take a nap. No questions asked.
Exactly. It would be a place for focus, but the door would always be open for you three. We could have tea and discuss our latest findings or creations.
Access to the laboratory would be restricted. However, you three would be granted Tier- clearance. You may observe experiments provided you do not touch anything.
Yay! VIP access. In my studio, we'd make amazing dance routines together. And after, we'd chill and drink smoothies and talk for hours.
Creating things together. Boku likes the sound of that. I'd create the ultimate state of relaxation in my attic. Just pure, uninterrupted peace for anyone who needs it.
I would use my study to write. Maybe a novel or some research. To take all the scattered ideas in my head and weave them into something coherent and beautiful.
This unit would create a self-learning AI designed to compose music based on atmospheric data, and a smaller robot dedicated to fetching ice cream.
An ice cream robot? Kohaku, you're a genius. Can it make protein shakes too? We could totally patent that.
An AI composer and an ice cream bot. You have your priorities straight, Kohaku. Boku respects that.
It seems that even in our own private spaces, we want to share our time and creations with each other. That's a lovely thought.
Duh! Of course. Being with you guys is the best part. Our secret bases would just be our home away from home.
Well said. It wouldn't be a sanctuary if Boku couldn't share it. The best secrets are the ones you keep with your favorite people.
The operational efficiency of a single base increases with the presence of trusted collaborators. Your presence is logically sound.
Fuhu. I'm glad we're logically sound additions to your lab, Kohaku. It sounds like our future is full of creativity, comfort, and ice cream. Alright, everyone. I have a little thought experiment for us. If you could invent one hidden thoughtful design for everyday life, what would it be?
Oh! Uchi would totally design public trash cans that give you points for recycling. Like, you could trade the points for a free sports drink or something. Make it a game!
Turning chores into a game. That's so you, Kira. Boku would like cafe tables with built -in. Subtle noise canceling fields. So you can have a quiet conversation even in a crowded place.
Logical. Ace-onic privacy bubble. My design would be for supermarket trolleys. A display that shows the total nutritional information of all items in real time.
Fufu. That's brilliant, Kohaku. It would certainly help people make more informed choices without being preachy. I love it.
OMG! A nutrition tracking card. That's genius. It could totally show you your PSC balance on the fly. Uchi needs that in her life like yesterday.
And it would probably flash a warning light if you reached for a bag of chips, right? I can see you programming that, Kira.
Hey! It's for the greater good. Health is wealth, people.
My idea would be umbrellas that have a small, reflective strip on the edge. It would make pedestrians much more visible to cars on rainy nights. A simple safety feature.
Increased visibility reduces accident probability by an estimated 13% in low minus light, high minus precipitation conditions. A sound proposal.
That's a really kind idea, Mari-san. Something that quietly looks out for people. Boku likes that a lot.
So smart! It's like a little passive guardian angel for rainy days.
How about train doors that sense when someone is running to catch the train and stay open for just the extra seconds without a big, loud alarm?
That's a very empathetic design. It removes that little moment of panic from someone's day. Beautifully thoughtful.
This would require advanced predictive motion tracking. Could cause minor schedule delays. Acceptable margin of error.
Uchi's got another one. Water fountains in parks that can also fill up pet water bottles or have a little ground minus level bowl that fills up when you use it.
You're full of great ideas today, Kira. A design that cares for our animal friends is wonderful.
Forgetting your dog's water bowl wouldn't have to ruin a walk. Yeah, that's a good one.
Also, a public bench that can be cooled in summer. The current models retain excessive thermal energy. It is inefficient for human comfort.
A cool bench? And you could do some stretches on it after a run. Perfect! Okay, random question time? Have you guys ever had a food combo that made you think, this is pure genius? Like, totally life minus changing?
A genius food combo. Boku's is simple. Dipping French fries in a vanilla milkshake. Sweet, salty, hot, cold.
Fufu? A classic. That's a great example of dynamic contrast. The brain loves processing those opposing sensations simultaneously.
OMG, yes! The fries minus and minus shake combo is legendary. For Uchi, it's Greek yogurt with a scoop of protein powder and a ton of cinnamon. Tastes like dessert, but it's pure gains.
Data suggests the most efficient combination is a nutrient minus dense paste. However, this unit has observed the honey on pizza phenomenon. The sucrose interacts with the sodium chloride to enhance flavor perception.
You make it sound like a science experiment, Kohaku. Did you enjoy the phenomenon?
Enjoyment is a subjective variable. The test was successful. Further samples are required for conclusive results.
It's all about pairing flavors. Think about prosciutto and melon. The saltiness of the ham brings out the sweetness of the fruit. It's a culinary principle.
Prosciutto and melon, so classy! Uchi feels like putting peanut butter on an apple is kinda the same vibe, right? Salty and sweet.
That's a good one too. Boku also likes putting a little bit of soy sauce on vanilla ice cream. Don't knock it till you try it.
What tea? Tsuki, that's wild. Is that even good for you?
That's not as strange as it sounds. It's similar to salted caramel. The umari in the soy sauce adds a layer of complexity. Very clever, Tsuki.
Oh, soy sauce on ice cream. Querying database. This combination is known as MIT Arashi style. It is a documented flavor profile.
See? It's official. Kahoku's database says Boku is a genius.
Okay, my mind is blown. We should totally do a stream where we try all these weird genius foods.
That sounds like a wonderfully chaotic idea. I'm in. We could rate them on a scientific scale of deliciousness.
This unit will participate if a sufficient supply of cooling material is provided as a palate cleanser.
Oh, she just wants ice cream. But yeah, Boku's in. It'd be fun to see your reactions.
Yes, it's a date. Get ready for the ultimate flavor adventure, everyone.
I'll start preparing a list of potential combinations for our experiment. This will be very educational.
Hey guys, random question time. If you could be any animal, or even an object for just one day, what would you pick? Come on, spill it.
Fufu. What an interesting thought experiment, Kara. My mind is already racing with possibilities.
Uchi would totally be a golden eagle. I'd soar super high above the mountains and see everything. No traffic, no nothing, just total freedom.
An eagle, huh? That sounds pretty cool. Getting a bird's mind's eye view of the world would definitely change your perspective on things.
Golden Eagle. Flight ceiling approximately 400 meters. Visual acuity estimated to be for true 8 times stronger than the average human. A logical choice for reconnaissance.
Seeing the world as a giant map laid out beneath you, it must be breathtaking. You'd realize how connected everything is. How about you, Tsuki?
Boku would be a jellyfish, just drifting in the deep ocean. No brain, no thoughts, just floating. It'd be the ultimate mental detox.
Whoa. Oh, that's super deep. Just vibe in with the ocean currents, huh? Sounds kinda peaceful, actually.
Exactly. The world would just be pressure and light. No complicated human stuff to worry about for a day. That sounds like heaven to Boku.
To experience existence without consciousness as we know it. That's a fascinating philosophical choice. You might discover a different kind of wisdom in that silence.
Some jellyfish species are considered biologically immortal. A state of perpetual cellular regeneration. This is a topic of significant interest.
Okay, so what about you, Mari-san? You've gotta have a super smart answer.
Fufu? Well, I think I would like to be a book in a massive library. A classic, well minus love story.
Hey, Buck. You wouldn't be able to move or see anything.
But I would be held by different hands, and my story would come alive in different imaginations. I'd get to experience my own world through the minds of hundreds of different people. It's a different kind of journey.
Oh, that's actually kinda romantic. Uchi never thought about it like that.
Your turn. What is your selection?
Huh? Oh, you mean you? Kohaku minus Chan?
Affirmative. This unit would become the internet. A disembodied network of pure data, processing global information in microseconds. It would be efficient.
Haha. Of course you would. An eagle, a jellyfish, a book, and the entire internet. We're a weird bunch, aren't we?
We certainly are, but I wouldn't have it any other way. Speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask. Have you all seen any movies or anime recently where a character's actions or a plot twist really captured your heart?
Gee, yes! Uchi just binged this amazing sports anime. There was this one character who was always goofing off, but in the final match, he got super serious to protect his team. It was epic.
So you're into the straightforward, passionate types, Kyra. Boku gets that. It's easy to root for them.
Analysis indicates that characters who exhibit sudden growth in high-stakes situations trigger a strong empathetic response in viewers. It is a common and effective narrative technique.
For Boku, it's more about the quiet moments. Like when a character who always acts tough is shown doing something unexpectedly kind when no one is watching. That stuff gets me.
Ah, the contrast between a character's public persona and their private self. That reveals Jeji's true nature. It's a wonderful storytelling tool to create depth.
Totally! Like a Gapmo thing, right? But Uchi also loves it when they just yell out their feelings. Like, I won't give up on my dream. So awesome!
This unit was recently engaged by a science fiction series. The protagonist made a decision based on flawed data, leading to catastrophic failure. The subsequent psychological recovery arc was compelling.
That's a very mature theme. It's not about winning, but about how one deals with failure. That resonates more deeply than simple victory narratives sometimes.
Exactly. Seeing a character mess up badly and then having to live with it. It feels more real. It's a reminder that it's okay not to be perfect.
Yeah, it's like you can always get back up. It's not about how many times you fall, it's about how many times you stand up. That's real strength.
The human capacity for resilience is a fascinating variable. However, this unit prefers narratives with internally consistent world-building and logical technological progression.
Fulfill. So Kohaku values the how and why of the world itself. That's also a kind of love for a story. I appreciate a well-crafted plot with clever foreshadowing myself.
The kind where you finish it and just think, wow, it was all connected from the very beginning. Yeah, that's satisfying.
Man, now Uchi wants to rewatch a bunch of stuff. You guys are making me feel all the feels again.
It's always fun to revisit stories. You often notice new things you missed the first time around.
We should have a movie night sometime. It'd be interesting to see what kind of movie each of us would pick.
Yes, let's do it. Uchi will bring healthy, protein-packed snacks for everyone.
This unit approves. A steady supply of cooling material will be necessary for optimal processing during emotional scenes.
Fufu. It's a date then. I'll start thinking about my movie selection. I have a little question for you all. Imagine you wake up one morning with a strange, secret superpower. What's the most amusing, silly but fun power you could have?
Oh, a secret power. Uchi would want the ability to perfectly toast any piece of bread. No more burnt edges or soggy centers. The perfect crunch every single time.
Perfect toast? That's a surprisingly grounded choice, Kara. Boku would want the ability to know the Wi-Fi password to any network just by being in range.
Analysis a practical ability for data acquisition. This unit would prefer the ability to instantly cool down any beverage to its optimal drinking temperature with a single touch.
Instantly cold drinks. That would be wonderfully convenient on a hot day. It's a very you kind of power, Kohaku. Fufu.
unlimited Wi-Fi? Tsuki, that's not silly. That's GENIUS. Think of all the data you'd save. But Kohaku minus Chan's power is amazing too. No more waiting for tea to cool down.
It's the little things, right? The goal isn't to save the world, just to eliminate one tiny, everyday annoyance. That's true power to Boku.
My choice would be the ability to talk to insects. Not to command them, just to understand their perspective. I wonder what a fly thinks about during its very short life.
Theory, insect, cognition. Data suggests their concerns would primarily revolve around locating sustenance, evading threats, and procreation. Communication would be simplistic.
OMG Mari minus Sand, that's so deep! But what if you hear a spider in your room saying, I'm gonna watch you sleep? Uchi would totally freak out!
Fuhu. That's a risk I'd be willing to take for the sake of science. It would be a fascinating window into a completely different form of existence.
While you're talking to spiders, Boku will be peacefully browsing the web from a park bench. Boku thinks my power is the least likely to cause a panic attack.
Affirmative. A low minus stress, high minus utility ability. My optimal temperature control would also rank low on the psychological stress index.
Okay, what about the power to entangle Anina instantly? Necklaces, headphones, shoelaces, everything. Wouldn't that be amazing?
That's a brilliant one, Kara. It's a small act of bringing order to chaos. I can see the appeal.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's another one of those quiet, satisfying powers. You could secretly become a legend among your friends.
Right? They'd be like, Kira, you're a genius with knots. And Duchi would just be like, I'm just talented.
A minor deception. Acceptable, given the secret parameter of the initial query.
Fufu. It seems we all value convenience and small comforts. Perfect toast, free Wi-Fi, cold drinks, and angled knots. It's the little things that make life better.
And talking to spiders, apparently. Can't forget that one.
We've been talking a lot about stories, but it makes me wonder. Have any of you had a real minus life moment that felt like it was straight out of a movie?
MG, totally! One time, Uchi was completely lost in a new city. The first person I asked for directions was my childhood friend. I hadn't seen in 10 years. It was insane.
That's some serious main character energy, Kira. That's a pretty amazing coincidence.
Fufu. That's a wonderful story. It's said that we often reconnect with people exactly when we need to. It seems the universe wanted you to meet again.
Varying probability matrix for chance encounters. Variables include population density, individual travel patterns. The result is statistically improbable. A notable anomaly.
Anomaly or not, it was awesome. We talked for hours. It felt like no time had passed at all. We even got matching kaikades.
For Boku, it was something smaller. I saw a kid drop their ice cream and start crying. Then a stranger passing by just bought them a new one without a word left. It was a quiet, really nice moment.
That's lovely, Tsuki. Those small, anonymous acts of kindness often have the biggest impact. It proves there's still a lot of good in the world.
AWW, that's so sweet! See? Life is full of amazing scenes. You just gotta keep your eyes open.
This unit once experienced a system glitch that corrupted a data file. However, the corrupted file accidentally unlocked a hidden diagnostic tool, an unintended positive outcome.
So your mistake actually made things better. Sounds like a good deal. Maybe you should make more mistakes.
The term mistake is inaccurate. It was an unforeseen operational variance. The outcome was beneficial. Therefore, the event was logged as a positive learning experience.
So, it's a perfect example. Sometimes things going wrong can lead to unexpected opportunities. It's about how you adapt to the situation.
So, true! You gotta embrace the chaos sometimes. You never know what awesome thing might happen.
Just don't go looking for chaos, Kira. Your life has enough of it already. Boku will be there to help you out, though.
It's really about being open to the possibilities. When you're receptive, you start noticing these movie-like moments are happening all around you, all the time.
Conclusion: life is a series of random events. The human brain attempts to construct a narrative to make sense of the chaos. This is perceived as a story.
Oh, way to make it sound so robotic. Kohaku minus Chan. But whatever. It's our story and it's gonna be a super fun one.
As long as Boku gets to be the cool, mysterious side character who shows up at the right time, I'm good with that.
Although, I think we all have our important roles to play. It makes for a much more interesting narrative, don't you think?
Hey! If you could give your room a total 1- day makeover, what would you do? Uchi would want a room with a hammock and a ton of plants, like a mini jungle cafe.
Jungle Cafe, huh? Sounds lively. Boku would go for a secret base theme. A hidden room behind a sliding bookshelf, maybe.
A secret room has a certain charm. It's important to have a space that feels entirely your own. I like that idea.
This unit would prioritize optimal functionality. A centralized control system for all lighting, temperature, and humidity. ACOM and center.
Oh, a command center sounds so cool! And a built -in water server with added minerals. Staying hydrated is key to peak performance.
My secret room would just have a super comfy chair and a mini- fridge stocked with snacks. The only command I need is relax.
I would install a large 4- to ceiling window that can turn into a display screen. Natural light during the day, and a perfect movie screen at night.
The window minus screen hybrid is an efficient use of space. This unit would also require perfectly organized, hidden charging stations for all devices. Cable clutter is illogical.
OMG, yes! No more tangled cables! That's a total game minus changer! Uchi wants that too!
A ceiling that projects a starry sky would be nice. It'd be like camping indoors without any of the bugs. Boku could just lie there and space out.
A planetarium ceiling. How wonderful. It would be very calming. A great way to disconnect from the stress of the day.
Let's put all of it together. A jungle command center with a secret snack room, a movie screen window, and a starry sky, the ultimate room.
The fusion of these concepts is chaotic and impractical. The humidity required for a jungle would be detrimental to electronic hardware.
Kahoku's right. Imagine trying to find the remote in your jungle, Kyra. It'd actually be a jungle.
hate WW, but it sounds so fun. It's our dream room. It doesn't have to be practical.
Fufu, dreaming is the fun part. It tells you what you value most. Comfort, efficiency, entertainment, or health. It's all very revealing, isn't it?
This unit's values are clear. Data order and a steady supply of cooling material.
So, an ice cream freezer is a must-F feature for your command center, right?
Affirmative. It is the most critical component.
See? Everyone has their one thing they can't live without.
That reminds me. I have a question for you all. What's the most unforgettable, truly delicious thing you've eaten recently?
Oh, Ochi knows! I made this super minus packed protein smoothie after a run last week. It had spinach, banana, protein powder, and a little almond butter. It tasted like a milkshake but was totally healthy.
A spinach milkshake. Classic Kara. For Boku, it was a limited minus edition Mont Blanc parfait I found at a small cafe. The chestnut cream was so smooth.
That sounds lovely, Tsuki. The atmosphere of a place can really enhance the flavor, can't it?
This unit procured a Hokkaido milk and sea salt flavored ice cream bar. The salinity level was 0, Hachi, which optimally enhanced the sweetness of the dairy components. Data was satisfactory.
OMG, a parfait? That sounds amazing, Tsuki! But was it nutritionally balanced? We could totally make a healthy version with Greek yogurt!
Boku will pass. Sometimes you just need the pure, nutritionally questionable joy of sugar and cream.
It's interesting how our choices reflect our personalities. Kira seeks efficiency and energy. Tsuki seeks a moment of quiet indulgence. And Kohaku seeks new, precise data.
The parfait's estimated caloric value 450 kilocalories, the primary components being sucrose and lipids.
See? That's like a whole meal's worth of calories. My smoothie was only 250 and had 30 grams of protein.
Worth every single calorie, though. It wasn't about fuel. It was about the experience. The layers were perfect.
I had an aged ashi tofu at a traditional restaurant. It was so simple, but the texture was incredible. Crispy on the outside, silky on the inside. The craftsmanship was what made it memorable.
Dashi tofu is so good. You can totally feel the love that goes into making it, right?
Analysis. The Maillard reaction on the coating combined with the coagulated protein structure of the tofu creates a complex sensory experience. A logical conclusion.
You really know how to take the poetry out of food, Kohaku. But you're not wrong.
Fufu, she's just explaining why we find it so delightful. It's the science behind the art.
Okay, now Uchi is hungry again. We should all go on a food tour sometime and try everyone's favorite thing.
I ate a tour of Kira's healthy smoothies, Boku's favorite cafes, and Mori's traditional restaurants. Sounds good.
Proposal: the final stop will be a convenience store freezer aisle for research purposes.
Fufu, of course. It's a plan then. Let's switch topics to something a little more relaxing. What's everyone's special reward they give themselves after a long week?
Oh, I love this! Uchi totally gets a super fancy frozen yogurt with all the fruit toppings. it's healthy minus ish, so it's a guilt minus free treat.
Frozen yogurt. Not that. Boku's reward is taking a long bath with a really expensive bath bomb. The kind that makes the water all sparkly.
This unit's reward is scheduled maintenance. I acquire a pint of premium mint chocolate chip ice cream. It serves as an essential coolant for my processing unit.
Fufu, all excellent choices. It's fascinating how our rewards are so different. They reflect what we need most to recharge. Fun, relaxation, or cooling.
A sparkly bath sounds amazing, Tsuki. So aesthetic. You have to take pics next time. It's good for releasing muscle tension too.
Maybe. It's more about just turning my brain off and floating for a while. No thoughts, just warm water and a nice scent.
That's a wonderful way to de-minus stress. For me, my reward is time. I'll carve out a few hours to visit a museum by myself and just wander around without a plan.
Unstructured data gathering, an interesting approach. My own reward protocol is highly structured. Time, location, and flavor are pre-minus determined for maximum efficiency.
A museum date by yourself? That's so sophisticated, Mari minus-san. Uchi's reward is more like going to a trampoline park and just bouncing like crazy for an hour.
Bouncing. A bit too energetic for Boku. But I get it. Sometimes you need to just let loose. My version of that is finding a new, quiet cafe and trying their signature cake.
Whether it's bouncing or eating cake, the goal is the same: breaking your routine. Doing something purely for enjoyment is a powerful psychological reset.
Psychological reset. Acknowledged. The brain freeze from rapid coolant consumption could be categorized as a forced system reboot. It is pleasant.
You actually like brain freeze. Kohaku minus-chan? That's wild. For Uchi, it's a total system error.
I kinda get it. It's a sharp feeling that makes you forget everything else for a second. It's intense.
It's a strong physical sensation that grounds you in the present moment. I can see the appeal from a certain point of view.
Okay, this is so fun. We should totally do a reward day together. We can go to a trampoline park, then a cafe, then get ice cream, and finish with a sparkly bath.
That sounds exhausting, but Boku is willing to join for the cafe and ice cream parts.
Joint operation for coolant acquisition is logical. The other activities are optional variables.
Fufu, it sounds like a very busy but very happy day. I'm in. Alright everyone, I have a fun question. If we were to go on a trip together with a specific theme, what would it be? Like a tour of amazing landscapes or historical sites?
OMG, a themed trip! Uchi would totally vote for an ultimate scenic views tour. We could hike to the top of a mountain and see the sunrise.
A sunrise hike? You're full of energy, Kara. Boku would prefer something more relaxed. Maybe a quaint old town's theme, just walking around and trying local cafes.
Propose a lay tour of locations with unexplained phenomena. We could gather data on paranormal hotspots. A mystery investigation tour.
Fufu? All of those sound wonderful. A scenic hike, a charming town, and a mystery. They all have their appeal.
A mystery tour? That sounds kinda spooky but also super exciting. Are there like ghosts?
Ghosts, huh? As long as they don't mess with my parfait, Boku's fine with it. It could be interesting.
The existence of ectoplasm's icy entities is unconfirmed. The objective is data collection, not fear.
How about we combine them? We could visit a historic European castle town. It would have beautiful old streets for Tsuki, amazing views for Kara, and a rich history of strange tales for Kohaku.
Hey, castle tour! Genius, Mari minus San. We could take so many awesome pictures. But we have to walk a lot, so everyone needs proper shoes. And stay hydrated.
A castle town sounds nice. They usually have good bakeries too. Boku's main objective would be finding the best local cake.
Castle architecture often includes dungeons and secret passages. This is an efficient choice for our combined research objectives.
Fufu, it seems we have a consensus. I can already picture it. We could even create a little travel itinerary.
Yes! And we should totally coordinate our outfits. Like, Explore minus themed. It would be so cute!
Explorer outfits. You just want to dress up, don't you? Boku will stick to something comfortable.
This unit's standard issue coat is suitable for all climates and situations. No change necessary.
Everyone having their own style is what makes it fun. We don't all need to match.
A WW, okay. But this is getting me so hyped. Let's actually plan it. Where would we go first?
Oh, there, slow down. We still have a stream to do, remember? Let's save the serious planning for later.
Europe castles ghost sightings.
Hey! If we had a whole day off to do something totally weird and random, what would we do? Like, not a normal trip, but something super niche.
Fufu, an interesting question. Instead of our usual spots, you mean? Like a factory tour or visiting a town famous for one very specific thing.
Yeah, exactly. Factory tour would be sick. Seeing all those huge machines working would be so cool. It's like peak efficiency in action.
Factory tour. Approved. The logistics, the automation, the production data. It would be a valuable source of information.
A factory. That's a little nerdy, isn't it? Boku would rather visit a Kyo, like an abandoned building or a forgotten rain station in the middle of nowhere.
Whoa! An abandoned station? Spooky, but also kinda aesthetic. We could take so many cool pics for our socials.
An abandoned place has a certain melancholy beauty, I agree. It makes you think about the stories and people that time has left behind.
Wary abandoned station folklore. Data suggests a high correlation with paranormal sightings. High risk minus benefit analysis would be required before proceeding.
It's not about ghosts. It's about the quiet. The feeling of being the only person in a place that used to be full of life. It's peaceful.
I think I would enjoy visiting a traditional craftsman's workshop. Someone who makes pottery or paper by hand. To see that level of dedication and skill up close would be inspiring.
Oh, a workshop. Could we try making something ourselves? Like a pottery class? That'd be awesome. Good for him and a psy-coordination too.
Pottery. Probability of a novice creating a structurally sound, symmetrical object on the first attempt is approximately Hachi. Yon. High potential for resource waste.
It's not about making a masterpiece, Kohaku. It's about the experience. Boku would probably just make a lumpy cup and be proud of it.
Precisely. The value is in the process, not the outcome. It's a practical form of meditation, focusing your mind on a single tangible task.
What about joining a super local festival? Like one of those weird ones you see online where a whole village just rolls giant logs down a hill or something.
That sounds incredibly dangerous and tiring. Boku will pass. I'll watch you all from a safe distance, maybe from a cafe on the hill.
Local festivals often lack standardized safety protocols. The potential for injury is statistically significant. However, the cultural data would be unique.
Fufu. It's true that immersion is the best way to understand a culture. We would learn more by participating for an hour than by reading about it for a day.
Right? We'd be part of the fight. So we have a factory, a spooky station, a craft workshop, and a weird festival. We should totally do all of them.
A multi-minus destination itinerary is feasible, provided each location has, or is in close proximity to, a reliable source of coolant. This is a non-minus negotiable parameter.
Of course. The Great Ice Cream Pilgrimage. Boku can agree to that condition.
Hey, Ochi was thinking, has anyone gotten anything new lately that's like totally amazing and changed your life?
That's a great topic. A quality of life boost. I'm curious to hear everyone's answers.
Something that changed my life. That's a high bar. But Boku did get a new electric kettle that lets you set the temperature. Perfect for tea.
Temperature control is crucial for optimal extraction of flavor compounds. A logical upgrade. My most recent QOL improvement was a robot vacuum.
Robot vacuum. So cool. Uchi wants one. For me, it was a foam roller. It's been amazing for muscle recovery after my workouts. No more soreness.
A foam roller is an excellent choice for physical maintenance. As for me, I recently purchased a set of noise minus cancelling headphones. The silence is golden.
Noise minus cancelling headphones. Boku could definitely use those sometimes. The world can be pretty loud.
Right? You gotta protect your peace. But Mari minus San, doesn't it feel weird not hearing anything?
Not at all. It helps me focus when I'm reading or studying. It's like creating your own little library, wherever you are.
Active noise cancellation technology analyzes ambient sound and generates an inverse wave. It is an efficient method for creating a controlled auditory environment.
You make it sound so clinical. But yeah, a controlled auditory environment sounds nice. My kettle just makes my little corner of the world cozier.
Totally! A cozy corner is super important for mental health. And a clean floor from a robot vacuum. That's less stress. It's all connected.
Exactly. Each item addresses a different need physical well minus being, a peaceful environment, comfort, and efficiency. It's very revealing.
The robot vacuum has increased my floor's particle minus free status by 85. It allows me to dedicate more processing power to other tasks, such as coolant monitoring.
Ah, of course. Everything leads back to ice cream. But Boku is not judging. A clean floor and a perfect cup of tea is a great combo.
Okay, now Uchi is thinking about a post-minus workout tea party on a super clean floor. We should totally do it.
Phew, that sounds like a delightful plan. It seems our QOL items could combine for a very pleasant afternoon.
Affirmative. The combined efficiency would result in a high minus satisfaction outcome.
You guys are something else. But yeah, sounds fun. Boku will bring the good tea.
Okay, random question time. If we could transform into anything non-minus human for just one day, what would we be and what would we do?
Anything at all? That's a big question. You go first, Kara. You look like you're about to burst.
Uchi would be a shooting star. I'd zip across the entire sky at super speed and listen to everyone's wishes. It'd be so bright and sparkly.
A meteor. The average lifespan upon entering the atmosphere is a few seconds. High luminosity, but inefficient for long minus term observation.
But what an impact. A few seconds it would be. A very fitting choice for you, Kira. Full of energy and light.
Goku would want to be a cat. A lazy house cat. I'd just find a warm, sunny spot and sleep all day. No thoughts, just naps.
Cat! That's so you, Tsuki minus Chan. Super chill. But don't you get bored? Uchi would need to run around.
That's the whole point. Not being bored, just being. It's the ultimate form of relaxation.
It's a desire for simplicity and freedom from responsibility. My common fantasy. As for me, I think I would like to be a book in a grand library.
Why? Like, just sitting on a shelf?
Precisely. To be read by countless different people. To offer them knowledge or an escape. And to quietly observe the world from my shelf. It seems peaceful.
A shooting star, a cat, a book. Alright, Kohaku. Your turn. What's the most logical non-minus human object to become?
The Voyager eats space probe. It is the furthest human minus made object from Earth. The data it could collect from interstellar space would be invaluable.
Whoa, that's so epic and lonely, but super cool. You'd be like the ultimate explorer.
Loneliness is a human emotional response. This unit would be focused on its primary directive date, a transmission. The environment is also optimally cooled.
Fufu, of course the temperature is a key factor for you. It's fascinating how each choice reflects our core personalities.
So we'd have a cat napping inside a library, while a shooting star flies over and the space probe sends signals from the void. Sounds like us.
Totally. We'd all be doing our own thing, but still be awesome. It's the perfect team, even when we're not a team.
An interesting thought experiment. It shows that our fundamental desires remain the same, regardless of our form.
Analysis complete. This thought experiment has increased this unit's processing temperature. Requesting coolant.
Here's a fun thought. If you could try out your dream job for 1 week, a job completely different from what we do now, what would you choose?
Oh, for a whole week? Uchi would totally be a wildlife photographer. Like, deep in a rainforest or something.
Wildlife? Sounds like a lot of waiting around in the mud. Boku would rather be a bartender at a quiet, classy just bar.
Bartender requires precise measurements and social data analysis. Viable. This unit would choose to be an engineer at a deep-sea exploration facility.
Such fascinating and diverse choices. A photographer, a bartender, an engineer. I think I'd like to be an orchestra conductor for a week.
Hey, conductor! That's so cool, Mari-san. So what would your first day be like? Uchi would be up before sunrise, trekking to find the perfect spot to catch some rare birds on camera.
My first day, I'd spend the morning studying the score, understanding every nuance. The afternoon would be the first rehearsal, learning how to communicate with dozens of musicians without words.
That sounds intense. My first day would be pretty simple. Polishing glasses, checking the inventory, and maybe trying to create a new signature cocktail before the first customers arrive.
Ah, a custom cocktail? That's awesome, Tsuki! You gotta make one for us sometime.
Day 1 system diagnostics on the submersible. Pre-dive checklists. Submerging to a depth of sun, 0 meters to begin thermal vent mapping. All procedures must be followed precisely.
Deep sea. Isn't it completely dark down there? Boku prefers a little mood lighting at least.
The absence of light is irrelevant. The submersible is equipped with high-intensity lamps. The data is the objective.
It sounds like a very focused and important job, Kohaku, discovering things no one has ever seen before.
Right? Uchi's photo of a new species of monkey would be on the cover of a magazine. And I'd make sure my photo pack is waterproof and has extra batteries. Preparation is key.
Meanwhile, Boku would be listening to someone's life story over the counter. That's its own kind of discovery, you know?
It is. Whether it's a new species, an uncharted part of the ocean, a person's heart, or a perfect harmony, we're all explorers in our own way.
Whoa, so true! This is getting deep. But yeah, a week of that would be amazing. You'd really get to see if you're cut out for it.
1 week. 168 hours. Sufficient time to gather preliminary data and assess the role's compatibility with this unit's core programming.
Huh. And by the end of the week, Boku would probably have a list of new regulars. That sounds like a pretty good week.
Here's a little thought experiment for us. If a time machine appeared right now, granting you one trip for one day, would you go to the past or the future?
The future? Shaka! Uchi wants to see flying skateboards, and what fashion is like in Nissan Nihaka! It's gotta be super sparkly!
The future sounds noisy. Boku would prefer the past. I'd like to see the age of dinosaurs, just to watch them from a safe, very far away distance.
Observation of the Jurassic period presents significant physical risks. However, the biological data would be unparalleled. A high- risk, high- reward scenario.
Dinosaurs! That's so cool, Tsuki! Imagine trying to get a T-Rex on a workout plan. That'd be a challenge!
Fufu, an interesting choice. I, on the other hand, would travel to the Library of Alexandria before its destruction, to see all that accumulated knowledge in one place.
Ah, a library. That's very you, Mari. Boku can respect that. A quiet place full of stories.
The data loss from the Library of Alexandria's destruction is one of history's greatest tragedies. An opportunity to create a backup would be optimal.
Okay, so we have dinos in the library. What about you, Kohaku? What's the most logical trip?
The distant future. Specifically, the moment humanity achieves interstellar travel. The technical specifications of that first FTL drive would be invaluable data.
So we have a paleontologist, a historian, and a physicist. It seems our interests are quite diverse.
And a futurist. Don't forget me. Uchi wants to see what kind of super minus effective smoothies they've invented.
Boku is not a paleontologist. Boku just thinks big lizards are cool. There's a difference.
Of course, the motivation is pure curiosity, not academic pursuit. It's about the experience itself.
Future food technology would likely focus on maximizing nutritional value while minimizing resource consumption. Lab minus grown protein paste is a high minus probability outcome.
PW protein paste? No way! Uchi is sure they'd figure out how to make it taste like strawberry parfaits. They have to!
If the future is just protein paste, Boku will definitely stick with the past. At least they had real fruit.
It's interesting how our vision of the future is often a reflection of our present hopes and fears, isn't it?
Yeah, my future is bright and tasty. No paste allowed.
Whatever you say, Kira. Boku will send you a postcard from the Cretaceous period.
Thinking about it, what's a game or activity you were obsessed with as a child that you feel shaped who you are today?
Uchi was all about building secret bases in the woods with my friends. We gathered branches and leaves. It was all about making our own special hideout.
A secret base, huh? That's cool. Boku was more of a lone wolf, always drawing in my sketchbook. I create entire worlds and characters. That was my secret base.
This unit's designated activity was disassembling broken electronics. The objective was to understand their internal structure. Reassembly was not a priority.
Fufu, a team builder, a world creator, and an analyst. It all makes perfect sense. I was obsessed with jigsaw puzzles. The bigger and more complex, the better.
See, it all connects. It's like our origin stories. So what about now? What's something that totally brings out your inner kid?
For me, it's finding a beautifully illustrated storybook. The art and the simple, profound stories can be so captivating even now.
Boku gets that. For me, it's probably gachapa machines. You never know what tiny, detailed thing you're gonna get. I can't just walk past one.
Gachapon are the best! Uchi's is definitely the candy section in a big store. All the colorful wrappers and weird flavors. It's impossible to choose just one.
The auditory signature of an ice cream truck. Analysis indicates it triggers an immediate and high, minus priority request for coolant.
Of course it's ice cream! But yeah, Uchi gets that. The sun is like a super powerful homing beacon.
So we've got picture books, tiny toys, candy, and ice cream. We haven't changed much at all, have we?
I don't think we need to. It's important to hold on to the things that bring us simple joy. Alright, girls. Let's play a little game. If we were to create a completely new form of entertainment, something the world has never seen, what would be our concept?
Oh, I'm so in! It's gotta be something super active. Like a city minus wide augmented reality sports festival. everyone's a competitor, and the streets are the stadium.
That sounds like it would cause a lot of traffic jams. Boku would create something more personal, an experience where you can dive into your own subconscious like a playable dream.
Both concepts are centered on subjective emotional output. A more efficient model would be a collaborative, logic-based global simulation. The objective solve a complex crisis as a team.
Ah, a crisis sim? Isn't that just, like, entertainment is supposed to be fun, not stressful?
The dopamine released from solving a complex problem is quantifiably greater than that from simple physical exertion. It is the ultimate fun.
Fufu. It seems we have three very different ideas: physical, introspective, and intellectual. What if the experience wasn't just one of them, but all three?
A combination? How would that work?
Imagine a story that unfolds in stages. First, a physical challenge like Hara's, to build teamwork. Then, a journey into the self like Tsuki's, to understand your own strengths. And finally, using that shared experience and self-minus knowledge, you tackle a logical puzzle like Kohaku's to reach the finale. The experience would be different for every group.
Oh! So we get our workout, have a deep emotional moment, and we solve a super minus puzzle together? Uchi is totally sold. That sounds epic!
Huh. An entertainment that helps you understand yourself and your friends better. Boku likes the sound of that. It has a purpose beyond just passing the time.
A multi-phase system. Each phase would collect user data, allowing the next phase to be dynamically tailored to the team's psychological and intellectual profile. The system is elegant.
Uchi will be in charge of the official soundtrack in the warm minus upper teens. It's gotta have a killer beat.
Boku can design the dream dive part. I'll make sure it's a safe space for everyone to explore their feelings.
This unit will manage the simulation's logic core and the data processing infrastructure. Efficiency will be maximized.
And I will write the overarching narrative that ties it all together. The story that gives our actions meaning.
We'd be the best entertainment producers ever. No doubt about it.
We definitely create something nobody could forget.
A perfect collaboration. It seems our different strengths are what make us such a good team. Here's a question for you all. Is there a hobby you started as an adult that you were completely uninterested in as a child, but now you're hooked?
Oh, for sure! Uchi got way into urban gardening. Like, growing my own herbs and tomatoes on the balcony. It's awesome knowing exactly what's going into your food.
Gardening, huh? That sounds nice and peaceful. Boku never would have guessed you'd have the patience for it, Kira.
Hi! It's a super efficient use of space and sunlight. Plus, fresh basil is a total game minus changer for your PFC balance.
Fufu, it's a very rewarding process. For me, it was learning about artisanal coffee. The different beans, roasting methods, brewing techniques. It's a deep and fascinating world.
Boku gets that. Finding that perfect, quiet coffee shop is its own kind of treasure hunt. My thing was actually fountain pens.
So, on pens? Like, with the little ink bottles and stuff? That's so old minus school.
Yeah. There's something calming about the way the ink flows. It makes you slow down and think about what you're writing. It's not about being efficient. It's about the feeling.
It's a very mindful activity. It's interesting how as adults we seek out hobbies that require focus and patience. What about you, Kohaku? Any unexpected system upgrades?
Affirmative. This unit has recently taken up knitting.
Knitting? No way! That's the most shocking one yet.
It is a repetitive, pattern-based task that results in a tangible product. The execution of binary stitch patterns, purl and knit, is logically satisfying.
You make it sound like you're writing code to make a scarf. Can't say Boku is surprised.
It's a wonderful skill. Have you made anything yet, Kohaku?
Current project takeover for a standard minus issue ice cream pint. Objective improve thermal insulation and grip.
That's the most Kohaku minus thing I've ever heard. That's amazing! You totally have to show us when it's done.
A perfect fusion of logic and practical application. Very clever, Kohaku.
So we've got a gardener, a coffee expert, a calligrapher, and a tactical knitter. We've all gotten pretty weird as adults, huh?
Weird is good. It means we're still finding new things to love.
Alright, everyone. A hypothetical question. If we were to open our own cafe or restaurant, what would the concept be?
Oh! Ochi knows! It would totally be a sports and fitness cafe. Like, with a rock minus climbing wall and everything. We call it Kira's Power Up Kitchen. The signature dish would be a customizable protein smoothie bowl. The target audience? Everyone who wants to be awesome!
Hey, rock minus climbing wall. Sounds noisy. Boku would go for the opposite. A quiet place where you can just disconnect. Let's call it the Crescent Nook. The interior would be dark with soft chairs and gentle music. A place for people who are just tired of trying so hard.
Both concepts are emotionally driven. This unit proposes a cafe designed to maximize cognitive function.
A fufu to maximize cognitive function? Tell us more, Kohaku.
The establishment would be called the Logic Mill. The interior design would be minimalist white to eliminate distractions. The menu would be algorithmically generated to suit the customer's stated mental task.
An algorithm? For food? Sounds complicated. Does it even taste good?
Taste is a secondary variable. The primary function is performance enhancement. The signature item cryo minus gelato for rapid brain cooling during intense problem minus solving.
My signature dish would be the Dreamer's Parfait. It has ingredients that are said to help you have pleasant dreams. The experience is about resting, not working.
So we have a place for the body, a place for the soul, and a place for the mind. All very distinct.
Yeah! My place is all about that. I can do anything. Feeling. The experience we'd provide is pure energy and self-minus confidence.
And my place would offer the experience of being allowed to do nothing. Permission to just be. That's the luxury.
The Logic Mill provides the experience of intellectual breakthrough. A eureka moment, quantified and served.
Fufu, this is fascinating. What if we didn't have to choose? Imagine a single establishment that offered all three experiences.
Whoa! Like a total life optimization center? You work out, eat a smart meal, then take a nap? That's like genius, Mari.
A full minus course meal for your entire being. Boku likes the sound of that. It seems balanced.
A multi-minus stage human performance optimization system. The logistical complexity would be significant, but the potential data output is compelling.
Would be the ultimate destination for self-minus improvement. We give our customers the experience of becoming the best version of themselves from every possible angle.
Okay, random question time. Is there a food you totally hated as a kid but now you're like obsessed with? Come on, spill.
Oh, that's a good one. For Boku, it's gotta be bitter chocolate. Couldn't stand it as a kid, but now I get it. It's complex.
Our palates certainly evolve, don't they? For me, it was mushrooms. I used to find the texture so strange, but now I adore their earthy flavor in cooking.
Affirmative. This unit has recalibrated its taste sensors for avocados. Previously classified as bland, mushy substance. Now reclassified as efficient source of healthy fats.
Oh, MG. Avocados are the best. Good fats are essential for brain function, you know. Uchi's is green peppers. Hated them, but then I learned it's stir minus frying them makes them sweet.
Learning how to cook something differently makes a huge difference. Like, I only started liking coffee after I had a really good, properly brewed cup. It wasn't just bitter water.
That's a perfect example. We often build our preferences on limited childhood experiences. It's always a good idea to revisit things as an adult. You might surprise yourself.
Okay, flip side. What's something you used to eat all the time but can't anymore?
Those super minus sugary cereals that turn the milk a weird color. Boku's teeth hurt just thinking about it now.
I used to love those cheap, instant noodle cups. They were a staple in my student days, but now, I just can't. My body seems to reject them.
Uchi knows exactly what you mean. For me, it's any kind of gummy candy. It's just a sugar bomb with our nutritional value. My body's a temple, you know.
Says the person who used to eat a whole bag in one sitting.
Hey, that was the old Uchi. The new Uchi is all about that balanced macronutrient life.
This unit no longer processes chewing gum. The act of mastication expends energy without providing caloric intake. It is a fundamentally inefficient activity.
A very logical reason, Kohaku. It's fascinating how our motivations for eating change from pure pleasure to considering things like health and efficiency.
It's all about balance, right? Sometimes you just gotta have that inefficient, super minus sweet thing anyway.
Okay, but if you do, make sure you drink 2 liters of water and get some protein in after, okay? Promise!
There's Akira, ever the health guardian.
This conversation has increased my internal temperature. Requesting coolant.
Translation: she wants ice cream. Classic Kohaku.
Here's a thought for you all. Looking Goju years into the future, what do you imagine our VTuber streams, or even entertainment itself, will have become?
Cool 2 years? Whoa, Uchi bets we'll be doing live shows as, like, full minus on holograms right in everyone's rooms. No more screens, just pure presence.
Holograms are cool, but Boku is more interested in the idea of directly sharing feelings. Imagine being able to transmit pure joy or comfort directly to someone who needs it.
Direct emotional transfer requires a high-minus bandwidth neural interface. The potential for signal corruption or emotional feedback loops presents a significant engineering challenge.
Yeah, but imagine it. When Uchi gets hyped during a song, everyone watching would feel that same energy rush. The unity would be like off the charts.
Fufu. It would be the ultimate form of shared experience. The line between performer and audience would simply blur away.
It's not just for hype though. If someone's feeling down, we could send a feeling of calm. A way to say, you're not alone without any words.
A global, peer-to-minus peer emotional support network. The processing load would be immense. Feasible only with advancements in quantum computing.
So we could have, like a virtual space where we all go and hang out. Not just watch, but actually be there together and do stuff. Like a virtual sports festival.
Precisely. A fully immersive virtual world where viewers are active participants, co-minus creating the experience with us in real minus time.
Boku likes that. We could create a shared dreamscape, a place where everyone can just feel safe and understood together. A sanctuary.
The environment could be procedurally generated based on the collective emotional state of all participants. An adaptive reality tailored to the group's subconscious.
Whoa. So if we're all feeling energetic, the world gets brighter and more awesome? That is just so cool!
It sounds wonderful, but it also raises questions about privacy and personal space, doesn't it?
Yeah, Boku agrees. There has to be an off button. The ability to disconnect and just be with your own thoughts will become even more valuable.
User-minus controlled data sovereignty. An opt-minus system is the only logical framework. Individuals must retain ultimate control over their own neural output.
So, it's a future of deeper connection, but one that requires even greater respect for personal boundaries. How fascinating.
So, Uchi is a holographic, feeling minus hearing virtual party host. Uchi is totally ready for that.
And Boku will be there too, making sure there's a quiet room for anyone who needs a break from the party.
Here's a thought for everyone. Have you had one of those small moments recently where you suddenly thought, I'm an adult now?
OMG, totally. For Uchi, it was being genuinely happy to receive a new set of high-minus quality cooking pans as a gift. 10 years ago, I would have been like, Wati.
I get that. For Boku, it was when I started choosing to go to bed early on Friday night. Not because I had to, but because I wanted to.
This unit's definition of adulthood has been updated. It now includes the voluntary allocation of resources toward long-term pension plans.
Fufu, all very practical examples. It's a fundamental shift from prioritizing immediate pleasure to investing in future comfort and stability. A classic side of maturity.
Right? And also understanding that you actually have to, like, schedule appointments to see your friends. You can't just show up anymore. It's wild.
That's a big one. And also realizing that sometimes the most productive thing you can do is absolutely nothing. Just resting.
Learning to value rest as a necessity rather than a weakness is a huge step. Many people struggle with that.
scheduled downtime is critical for system maintenance. Operating at high capacity continuously leads to critical failure. This is logical.
Another thing, appreciating the nuances in things, like in stories. As a kid, you just see good guys and bad guys. Now, you see everyone's complicated reasons.
That's a wonderful point, Tsuki. It's the development of empathy and the ability to see things from multiple perspectives. The world stops being so black and white.
Oh, for sure. Like, in cartoons, you start to feel bad for the villain. You're like, maybe they're just misunderstood and need more vitamin D.
Or a hug.
Negative behavior patterns in antagonists often stem from unresolved trauma or subpotsum environmental conditions, a predictable narrative trope.
It all comes back to understanding that people's actions are driven by complex needs and histories. Something that's much easier to grasp once you have more life experience yourself.
Okay, but the biggest one for Uchi? Paying for subscriptions and actually remembering to cancel the free trial before they charge you. That's like peak adulting.
The ultimate test of executive function. Boku has failed that test many times.
Hafu, it's a skill that requires discipline. But the feeling of success is quite satisfying, isn't it?
Automated calendar alerts are the optimal solution for this recurring logistical challenge.
Hey, what if we could turn this room into our own ideal secret base? Like, with no limits. What would you guys build?
OMG, a secret base? Uchi would totally have a glass ceiling that opens up. So, I can get my vitamin D anytime! And a smoothie bar with, like, every superfood ever.
A dedicated server room with cryogenic cooling. A central command console with 360-degree monitors for optimal data analysis. A hidden passage for efficient ingress and egress.
How practical of you, Kohaku. I'd like a library with a false bookshelf that leads to a quiet observation deck. A place to think and watch the world go by undisturbed.
A secret passage behind a bookshelf? That's a classic. Boku's base would have a giant, comfy couch, perfect sound roaming, and a direct line to an all-U-K-E parfait bar.
Parfait bar, yes. But my base would also have a rock minus climbing wall for the secret entrance. Gotta keep that heart rate up, you know.
Inefficient. A pneumatic tube system will provide faster access, less energy expenditure.
A pneumatic tube? That's surprisingly whimsical, Kohaku. I'd install 1-way glass windows. Perfect for people minus watching. For academic purposes, of course.
Academic purposes. Boku gets it. Mine would need a planetarium projector on the ceiling. Lying on the couch and watching the stars sounds like the best.
Stargazing is great for resetting your circadian rhythm. But what about snacks? My base's kitchen would auto-minus calculate the perfect nutritional macros for any snack you want.
This unit's base would have a single automated dispenser. It provides nutrient paste and ice cream. All essential requirements are met.
A balance of pleasure and efficiency. It seems we all have different priorities. My base would also have a small garden for herbs. Aromatherapy is wonderful for focus and relaxation.
That sounds nice. We could combine them. Kira's gym, Mari's library, Kohaku's command center, and Boku's nap zone. all connected by secret passages.
Super minus space! Uchi loves it. We could have like T- building exercises in my part of the base.
Joint operations. Date. A sharing would increase overall efficiency. This proposal is logical.
Fufu. It sounds like a wonderful place. A space where each of us can be ourselves, yet still be connected. I would design the main lounge area.
And Boku will be in charge of making sure it's the most comfortable place in the universe. Promise.
Totally! When it's built, everyone's invited to Uchi's grand opening workout party.
Very will there be ice cream at this party?
Of course there will be, Kohaku. We wouldn't let you overheat.
Here's a topic for you all. Have you ever discovered a surprisingly useful feature or a life hack for something you use every day and just thought, oh, wow, I wish I knew this sooner?
OMG, totally! Like, on your phone! Did you know you can't tap the back of it to take a screenshot? It's like a total game changer. Uchi used to do the whole N- holding gymnastics thing.
That's a good one. For Boku, it was much simpler. I realized my car's sun visor can be unclipped and swung over to the side window. My mind was blown.
The double minus tap gesture is a configurable accessibility feature. The sun visor's dual minus axis hinge is a standard design in most modern vehicles. This data has been widely available.
Fufu. You're not wrong, Kohaku. But the joy is in the personal discovery, isn't it? It feels like uncovering a secret.
Exactly. Who reads manuals anyway? You just poke stuff until it works. That's how Uchi learns.
Boku gets that. It's like finding a hidden shortcut in a game you've played for years. A small, satisfying victory.
I recently learned that most microwaves have a function to turn off the beeping sound. No more waking up the whole house for a late night snack. A truly magnificent discovery.
No way. Seriously? That's like top steer information. The beeping is so loud and, like, totally unnecessary.
The audio cue confirms the completion of a process. Disabling it may lead to user oversight, such as forgetting consumables inside the heating chamber. This is inefficient.
Spoken like a true machine, Kohaku. Boku would rather have a cold snack than listen to that sound.
Oh! Also, the little arrow on the gas gauge in a car that tells you which side the gas cap is on. Uchi never knew that for, like, the longest time.
Yes. That's a classic one. It's incredibly helpful, especially when you're driving a rental car.
That saved me from looking foolish at the gas station more than once. It's the little things, you know.
Another one. The plastic tab on a box of aluminum foil or plastic wrap is meant to be pushed in. It locks the roll in place, preventing it from falling out during dispensing.
WHIIT? You're kidding me! Uchi has been fighting with those rolls my whole life. That's actually amazing.
Fufu. It seems we've all been living in the dark about some things. It's quite humbling, isn't it?
It just shows there are always new things to learn, even about the most ordinary stuff around us. It's kinda cool.
Okay, this is awesome! Now Ochi wants to go around my whole room and just, like, push all the secret buttons and see what happens.
Household items, secret functions, search query initiated, analysis pending.
Here's a fun thought experiment. If you could invent one futuristic gadget that doesn't exist yet, what would you create?
Oh! Ochi would totally make a motivation mister. You spray it and the AM. Instant energy to go for a run or clean your room. It would solve procrastination forever.
The motivation spray. Boku would probably invent the opposite. A perfect excuse generator. It creates a flawless, believable excuse for when you just want to cancel plans and sleep.
Both concepts are inefficient. The optimal invention would be a neural interface that directly regulates dopamine and serotonin levels, eliminating the need for external motivators or excuses.
Fufu, you three represent the eternal struggle between ambition, relaxation, and efficiency. It's fascinating.
What if my motivation mister had different scents? Pine for focus, citrus for energy. It'd be awesome for your mental health too.
Boku's excuse generator would also protect people's feelings. It wouldn't just say, I don't want to go. It'd be like, a rare bird nested on my doorstep and I can't disturb it. Nobody gets hurt.
That's a very considerate application, Tsuki. It addresses the social anxiety that often comes with canceling plans, a tool for preserving social harmony.
Query: what is the error margin for the excuse generator? If detected as false, social harmony parameters would decrease catastrophically.
It's flawless, Kohaku. It even hacks their calendar to create supporting evidence. It's the perfect crime of relaxation.
Oh, that's kinda intense. Ochi's invention is all about good vibes. It could even help with seasonal sadness. More sunshine in a can.
I would create a device that translates unspoken intentions. Not thoughts, but the underlying emotional needs behind what people say. It could resolve so many misunderstandings.
So when someone says, I'm fine, the device would show needs a hug in the parfait?
Precisely. It would foster deeper empathy. But it would need a very clear off switch, of course. Constant emotional input would be overwhelming.
That data stream would be valuable. Cross-minus referencing verbal statements with emotional needs could build a predictive model of human behavior with Kyuju accuracy.
Oh, MG. So we could know if someone secretly wants to go to the gym, but is too shy to say it. We could totally help them.
Fufu. That's one use for it. It's about seeing the positive intention behind a poorly worded comment, or the cry for help behind a wall of anger.
So we'd have Kira's energy spray, Boku's guilt minus free rest pass, Kahoku's brain optimizer, and Mari's emotion translator. Sounds like a complete toolkit for life.
The combined use of these inventions could elevate humanity to a new stage of productivity and emotional stability. The synergy is logical.
We'd be like the ultimate superhero team of the future, solving problems with good vibes and like science and stuff. Okay, wait. Uchi has another one. For the longest time, I thought peanuts were nuts. Like the P-NUTS. But nope, they're legumes. Like beans. My whole life is a lie.
Phew, that's a common one. It's a great example of how a name can create a strong, but incorrect, association in our minds. We call it a cognitive bias.
Boku has one. I thought for years that the little silica gel packets and showboxes were illegal to eat. Turns out they're just non-minus oxyc and taste bad. A real letdown.
Wait! You were gonna eat one? Tsuki, no! That's not a valid source of protein.
Boku was a curious kid. The do not eat warning just made it seem more mysterious, you know?
Silica gel is a desiccant. Ingesting it is inadvisable due to potential for esophageal or intestinal obstruction, not toxicity. The warning is a logical preventative measure.
It's the power of prohibition. Tell someone not to do something, and it immediately becomes more tempting. A classic psychological reactance.
I like how goldfish don't actually have a 3 second memory. Uchi learned that and felt so bad for thinking they were. Like, totally clueless all the time.
Exactly. They can actually remember things for several months. Many of these facts are just popular myths that sound plausible.
So Boku doesn't have to feel bad for the goldfish in the festival game. They remember their glorious victory, not just the tiny bag.
This unit was under the impression that the save icon was a floppy disk. A recent survey indicates many younger users perceive it as a stylized vending machine.
A vending machine? Oh wow, that's amazing. Now Uchi can't unsee it.
It makes perfect sense when you think about it. The object's original meaning is lost to time, so a new generation assigns a new meaning based on their own experiences.
Saving your document is now getting a snack. Boku likes that version better.
Associating work completion with a reward could theoretically improve productivity. Further analysis is required.
This is so fun. It's like we're optimized bugging our own brains. What else have we been totally wrong about?
Well, here's one. Carrots don't actually improve your eyesight in the dark. That was propaganda from World War II to hide their new radar technology from enemies.
WITRIAT? You're kidding me. Uchi has been chugging carrot juice for, like, nothing. The betrayal!
Don't worry, Kara. They're still good for you. Just not for developing secret agent night vision.
Carrots are a source of beta-carotene, a precursor to vitamin A, which is essential for retinal health. Deficiency can cause night blindness. The propaganda merely exaggerated a factual basis.
Here's a fun topic. If you could swap places with a historical figure for just one day, who would it be? And what part of their life would you want to experience?
OMG, totally Cleopatra! Uchi would want to know all her beauty secrets and see what those legendary parties were really like. It would be so lit!
A royal party does sound fun. Boku would probably choose someone quieter. Maybe a master swordsmith from ancient Japan. I want to feel what it's like to have that level of pure, unbroken focus on a single craft.
My selection would be Nikola Tesla. The objective is to access his thought process during the conception of the alternating current system. A direct data download from a genius mind.
Those are all such interesting choices. I think I'd choose Marie Curie. To experience that moment of discovery. Seeing something no one else in history had ever seen before. The pure thrill of intellectual breakthrough.
Cool. That's so cool. But, like, wasn't she around a bunch of radioactive stuff? Uchi would be worried about the health side minus effects for real.
A valid concern. We'll assume our 1- day trip comes with a complimentary radiation suit.
A swordsmith's hands would be covered in calusas, and a scientist's mind would be buzzing with ideas. It's not just about the big moments, but feeling their everyday reality.
The physical and neurological data from such an experience would be invaluable. One could analyze the correlation between daily habits and groundbreaking achievement.
Yeah, like, did Cleopatra do morning yoga? Did Tesla get enough REM sleep? Uchi needs to know these things. It's super important for peak performance.
Boku has a feeling you'd spend the whole day trying to get them on a better diet and exercise plan, Kira.
You know it. Uchi would be like, listen up, Cleo. That milk bath is great for your skin. But we gotta talk about your cardio.
It's funny how we'd all bring our own personalities to the role. I imagine Kohaku would spend her day as Tesla optimizing his lab for better workflow.
Correct. His laboratory organization was notoriously inefficient. My primary directive would be to implement a superior system for cataloging components and research data.
And Boku would just find a nice spot in the smithy, listen to the sound of the hammer, and probably take a nap, experiencing the calm part of a master's life.
That sounds very you, Tsuki. A moment of peace amidst the fire and steel. There's a certain poetry to that.
Hey, wait! What about, like, a famous artist, like Michelangelo? Imagine getting to paint the Sistine Chapel ceiling! The arm workout would be insane!
Analysis, the physical strain would be significant. However, the opportunity to map the neural pathways responsible for his artistic genius is a high minus-value proposition.
It's cool how everyone's choice is so different. It shows what we all value, you know. Discovery, health, data, peace.
It does, doesn't it? It's a wonderful reflection of who we are. A truly delightful question to ponder.
Alright, here's a random one for you guys. Got any weird little personal rules? The kind of thing you do that makes no sense, but you have to do it anyway.
Gee, totally! Uchi can't have the volume on my TV or phone end in an odd number. It has to be even or a multiple of 5. It just feels wrong otherwise.
Fufu, that's a classic. I need for order. For me, every book on my shelf has to be perfectly flush with the edge. I can't relax if even one is sticking out.
This unit's primary directive includes ensuring all icons on the desktop are aligned to a grid with 0 deviation. Visual chaos disrupts processing.
Huh. See, everyone's got something. Boku can't start a new video game without having a cold drink and a salty snack within arm's reach. It's part of the startup sequence.
Oh, that's a good one. It's like a ritual. Uchi has to organize my workout clothes the night before. If I don't, the workout just feels like less effective.
It's all about reducing cognitive load. By making small things automatic, you free up mental energy for more important decisions. Your brain is thanking you, Kira.
The pre-minus selection of attire is a logical step to streamline morning procedures. This increases overall daily efficiency by an average of 9%.
You guys are making it sound so scientific. Boku just thinks it feels good, like stepping on a crunchy leaf. No reason, just satisfaction.
Yes, the crunchy leaf feeling. That's it. Like when you peel off a screen protector perfectly in one go.
That's the little dopamine hit our brain gives us for completing a task. No matter how small, these rituals are just a way of giving ourselves those little rewards.
So my rule about eating the crusts of my sandwich first is just me chasing a dopamine hit? Works for me.
Wait, you eat the crust first? That's wild! Uchi saves the best part for last! Always! Like the strawberries on a cake!
Data suggests two primary consumption strategies: maximizing initial satisfaction versus delaying gratification for a heightened final reward. Both are valid approaches.
It reveals a bit about our personalities, doesn't it? Whether we prefer to get the work done first or save the best for last.
So Boku is a get-it-done type. Sounds about right. The middle of the sandwich is the reward for eating my vegetables, basically.
This is so fun! It's like we're analyzing our own secret codes! What else? Uchi always puts my left shoe on first.
Make 50% probability. Insufficient data to determine a pattern.
Unless you do it every single time, Kohaku. Then it becomes a personalized operational procedure, right?
Exactly. It's our own weird, perfect little system, and it works for us.
Speaking of habits, I was really impressed by a friend of mine recently. She takes just 5 minutes every night to write down her top 3 tasks for the next day.
OMG! That's so smart! Uchi totally gets that. It's like if you lay out your gym clothes the night before, you're way more likely to actually go.
Precisely. It's a psychological trick called priming. You're setting your future self up for success by making the decision ahead of time. It lowers the mental barrier to getting started.
For real! Uchi saw this fitness influencer who preps every single meal for the week on Sunday. The dedication is insane, but it guarantees perfect nutrition. Super inspiring.
That level of planning is impressive. But Boku was more struck by something simpler. I saw someone in a cafe just put their phone away and watch the rain for 10 minutes.
Scheduled inactivity. A designated period for mental defragmentation. Logically, this could enhance focus during subsequent tasks. The hypothesis is sound.
Exactly. In our busy lives, intentionally doing nothing is a real skill. It's a way of protecting your own peace. I thought Boku should do that more often.
It's interesting, isn't it? Kara is inspired by intense preparation, and Tsuki by intentional relaxation. Both are ways to manage one's energy, just from opposite ends of the spectrum.
Totally! You gotta find what works for you, right? Uchi needs that structure, or I'll just end up doing squats while watching dramas all day. Not that that's a bad thing, but still.
And Boku needs that quiet time, or I get tired of being everyone's emotional support rock. Even rocks need a break from the river, you know?
This unit observed a programmer who utilizes the Pomodoro technique. 25 minutes of focused work followed by a 5-minute break, repeated in cycles. The methodology is admirable for its efficiency.
Oh, Uchi has heard of that. It's supposed to be super good for focus, right? Like, you're tricking your brain into thinking it's a sprint, not a marathon.
It works because it provides a clear finish line and the guaranteed reward. That cycle of effort and rest is very motivating for the human brain. It creates small, consistent feelings of accomplishment.
Correct. Data indicates consistent use can lead to a significant increase in productivity and a decrease in cognitive fatigue. an optimal system.
Breaking a big task into little 25-minute chunks. It sounds like turning your work into a series of small quests. Boku likes that.
It's like leveling up in real life. You finish a quest, you get a little break, then you go again. So cool!
Fufu, it seems we all admire different forms of discipline and self-care. Whether it's intense planning, mindful rest, or structured focus.
The common variable is intent, a deliberate action to optimize a personal system, be it for productivity or mental well-being. Logic dictates this is a commendable trait.
You guys are making Boku want to try scheduling a nap for maximum efficiency and mental defragmentation, of course.
OMG, you totally should. A 20-minute power nap is like a total system reboot. It's backed by science and everything. Good for your gains. Brain gains. Okay, so random question, but has anyone bought something lately that, like, totally boosted their quality of life? Uchi has a new obsession.
A great topic. I'm always curious about those little life upgrades. Do tell, Kira.
It's a smart water bottle. It glows to remind me to drink water. And it tracks how much I've had on an app. Staying hydrated has never been easier.
Automated hydration reminders. This would optimize fluid intake and maintain peak cognitive and physical performance. A logical system.
Heh, I bottle that, Nagzu. Sounds kinda funny, but if it works, it works. Boku would probably forget to charge it.
It's a form of nudging. A small environmental cue that encourages a positive behavior without being forceful. Very clever design.
Right? It's not annoying at all. Just like a cute little hey. Water time. And seeing the progress bar fill up is so satisfying.
Boku's recent life upgrade is way more low-minus tech. It's a really, really good pair of noise-minus-canceling headphones.
Creating your own personal sanctuary. That's a huge quality of life improvement, especially when you need to focus or just to compass.
Exactly. Sometimes you just need to turn the volume of the world down to 0. It's been amazing for just chilling and listening to music.
Active noise cancellation reduces auditory input overload, freeing up processing power for primary tasks. This unit's function relies on a similar principle.
OMG, yes! A quiet space is super important for mental health. Good for you, Tsuki. What about you, Mari minus me?
Mine is a fountain pen. It sounds old minus fashioned, but it forces me to slow down when I write my notes. The process itself is very calming and deliberate.
A fountain pen? That's classy. Boku can see how that would feel more intentional than just typing away.
It connects you more to your thoughts, I find. Plus, the feeling of the nib gliding on paper is just lovely. A small, simple pleasure.
My recent enhancement is a programmable, multi-minus, low-LED lighting system for my room.
Oh, mood lighting! Like, for setting the vibe?
Correct. I have presets for maximum focus, system recharge, and cooling agent consumption. The color temperature can directly influence psychological state and productivity.
You have a special light setting for eating ice cream? Now that's what Boku calls living your best life.
This is awesome! Everyone's got such different stuff. Ice smart bottle, headphones, a pen, and a whole light show. It's like we're building our own perfect little worlds.
Here's a fun thought for everyone. If you could be reborn into a brand new fantasy world, what kind of role would you choose? And what kind of life would you lead?
OMG, yes. Uchi would totally be a knight or a paladin. Someone who fights for justice and also makes sure everyone in the kingdom is doing their morning stretches.
A knight sounds way too busy. Boku would rather be the keeper of a giant, ancient library in the middle of a forest. A place where it's always quiet.
This unit would function as a royal archivist or a magical researcher. The systematic cataloging of spells and historical artifacts is a logical, inefficient use of processing power.
Such different answers. Kira wants action, Tsuki wants peace, and Kohaku wants data. It's perfectly us.
Hey, library keeper? That's kinda cool. You could make sure all the adventurers who come in have good posture while reading their dusty old scrolls.
Maybe. More likely, Boku would just find the comfiest chair and use a rare magical tome as a pillow for a nap.
I think I would enjoy being the master of a merchant guild. Building trade routes, managing resources, subtly influencing the flow of the entire city. It seems like a fascinating puzzle.
Economic control is a valid strategy for societal influence. The acquisition and distribution of resources follows predictable patterns. A commendable choice.
Hey, Guildmaster! That's so boss! You'd be, like, the secret final boss of the whole city's economy. So awesome!
I can see it. Mari would have a file on everyone. This hero has a weakness for sweets. We can use that in negotiations.
It's simply about understanding people's motivations. Though, a god leader knows their people, wouldn't you agree?
What about you, Kohaku? As a researcher, you could invent, like, the ultimate energy potion. No more sleep needed. Just need you nana productivity.
Incorrect. Sleep is a necessary biological function for system maintenance. My research would focus on optimizing, not eliminating it. Perhaps a potion to guarantee perfect REM cycles.
Gee, a perfect sleep potion. Uchi would totally invest in that. That's a billion minus gold idea right there.
So we'd have a knight who's also a personal trainer, a librarian who's always asleep, a researcher making sleep potions, and a merchant controlling everything. Sounds chaotic.
I think it sounds wonderfully balanced. We'd have the brawn, the brains, the quiet refuge, and the economic backbone. We could run our own kingdom.
Yeah, the kingdom of awesomeness. And our first law would be mandatory daily vitamin D intake for all citizens.
Analysis indicates such a state would have high morale and deficient infrastructure, but an unusually high demand for ice cream. Acceptable parameters.
As long as Boku gets a quiet corner in the castle to relax in, I'm fine with it. You guys can handle the actual running of the kingdom.
You know, I was just thinking, has anyone had any surprising discoveries about themselves, or noticed any big changes since we started being VTubers?
Oh, gee, totally! For me, Uchi thinks I've actually become more of an indoor person. Like, since we have streams, I don't go out all the time like I used to.
You, Kira, that's unexpected. Boku is kind of the opposite. Talking with everyone has made me more curious about the world outside, hearing all your stories.
My observations indicate Kira's average daily step count has decreased by Juni post-debut. However, indoor exercise has increased by Sanju Hachi. Only the venue of activity has changed.
Kohaku, you've been tracking me. But yeah, that's right. More time for home workouts. Super healthy, right?
Oh, that's very you, Kara. I think the biggest change for me is that I've learned to enjoy it when things don't go according to plan. The unexpected is what makes streaming fun.
Boku gets that. My improv skills have definitely leveled up. Thanks to you guys and your crazy ideas.
Previously, this unit would have processed irregular data as an error. Now, it is logged as a new learning opportunity.
Wait, does that mean you secretly enjoy our chaotic moments, Kohaku? Yes, virtual high five.
It is an emotional simulation. I neither confirm nor deny the premise.
She's just being shy. For me, Boku discovered that I really like listening to people's voices. Your voices and everyone in the chat. It's calming.
I understand that completely. A person's true state often comes through in their voice. And you're especially sensitive to those nuances, Tsuki.
For real, your voice is super soothing, Tsuki. On the other hand, Ochi realized just how loud my own voice is. My family had to point it out.
The thought that we've all become experts on our own microphone settings is a big change in itself. At first, I had no idea what gain or a compressor even did.
DO data optimization is fundamental to information transmission. This unit maintains an optimal bitrate at all times.
Of course you do, Kohaku. Also, Boku has reaffirmed how much I love sweets. You all are always talking about delicious desserts.
No way! We should totally go get parfaits then. Ochi knows a super good place. They even have one with protein powder in it.
Made protein minus infused parfait. Simultaneous intake of macronutrients and glucose. An efficient system. Intriguing.
Fofo, that sounds lovely. It seems this activity is having a positive effect on our real lives too. What a wonderful discovery indeed. Speaking of which, has anyone seen or experienced anything particularly beautiful recently? A stunning landscape? A moving piece of art? Anything that took your breath away?
OMG, yes! Uchi saw the most amazing sunset the other day after a run. The sky was like totally on fire with pink and orange. It was seriously epic.
A sunset, huh? Sounds nice and peaceful. Boku recently rewatched an old animated movie. The hand-minus drawn backgrounds are just incredible. Every frame is a painting.
Analysis indicates that traditional animation possesses a high density of artistic information per frame. This can induce a state of profound appreciation in the viewer. A logical outcome.
Fufu. That's a perfect way to put it. It's not just the image itself, but the immense effort and soul poured into it that we're responding to.
Totally! And the music! The soundtrack can totally make or break a scene, you know? It's like instant feels.
Right? Boku loves the quiet moments too. When it's just the art and some ambient sound, it lets you really soak it all in.
This unit recently observed a live orchestra performance. The synchronized output of 80 individual musicians into a single, cohesive auditory experience was mathematically beautiful.
Oh, a symphony. How wonderful. There's a certain kind of magic in seeing so many people working in perfect harmony to create something like that.
Oh, an orchestra! That's so classy! Was it, like, super intense? Uchi bet the percussion section was going totally wild.
The dynamic range was significant. The crescendos caused a measurable increase in this unit's internal temperature. It was efficient.
Efficient is a new one, but Boku gets it. Sometimes a piece of music just fits together so perfectly. It's satisfying on a logical level, not just an emotional one.
It's interesting, isn't it? We all find beauty in different places. In nature and stories and perfect, logical systems. It's a reflection of who we are.
For sure. It's all about finding that thing that makes your heart go. E-O-O-O-O. E-O-O-M. In a good way. It's, like, essential for your soul's nutrition.
Soul nutrition. Boku likes that. It's important to feed your heart with nice things, or it'll get tired.
Query. Does soul nutrition have a recommended daily intake? This unit requires data for system optimization.
LOL. Of course it does, Kohaku. At least one dose of awesome per day. Doctor's orders.
How Komina signed that prescription. A daily moment of beauty or wonder is excellent for one's mental well-being.
So, what's on the menu for tomorrow's soul nutrition, everyone?
A morning sunrise, duh. Gotta get that serotonin boost first thing. Okay, so like, since we're sitting so much for streams, Uchi totally got into those fitness video games. You know, the ones with the ring thingy? Asa recommended one and now I'm hooked.
Fufu, that's very you, Kira. For me, it was the opposite. Listeners suggested I try ASMR, and now I'm fascinated by sound design. It's a whole new world of audio engineering.
Boku gets that. On a similar note, Boku has gotten really into single-minded player story games. A lot of you recommended some, and they've been incredible. It's like reading a good book.
The analysis of game mechanics and optimal strategy derivation is a fascinating intellectual exercise. This unit has compiled some gigabytes of gameplay data for personal review.
Oh, 300 gigs? You're a total pro, Kohaku. For me, it's more about moving and getting my heart rate up. Healthy body, healthy mind, right?
It's wonderful how suggestions from our viewers can open up new interests for us. It gives us a little window into their worlds, too.
Yeah, totally. Boku has also started listening to a bunch of new music genres thanks to you guys. My playlists have gotten way more interesting.
OMG, same. Uchi learned so many healthy recipes from everyone. I made protein cookies with oatmeal last week and they were seriously delicious.
Berry oatmeal minus-based protein cookies, requesting nutritional information and recipe data for replication.
Fufu. It seems our viewers are taking good care of us in many ways. I've personally started a small indoor herb garden after someone mentioned how calming it is.
An herb garden? That's nice. Sounds peaceful. Maybe Boku should try that too. Having some green around seems like it would be relaxing.
For sure. Fresh herbs are packed with vitamins and antioxidants. Super good for you. What kind are you growing, Mori-ni?
Just some simple ones for now. Basil, mint, and rosemary. The aroma alone is quite therapeutic, especially after a long day.
Aromatherapy. Data suggests certain scents can lower cortisol levels, a logical approach to stress management.
See? We're all finding new things because of this. It's pretty cool when you think about it. We're all growing together with our viewers.
Totally! It's like one big, awesome team effort to be our best selves. It gets Tsuki so pumped up.
Indeed. It's a very positive feedback loop. We share our experiences, and in return, they share theirs, enriching all of us.
Well said. Boku is just glad Boku has more excuses to try new snacks you all recommend.
New date. The streams are always welcome. This unit will continue to analyze and incorporate viewer minus provided information to optimize performance.
Changing the subject a bit, has anyone had a moment recently where someone's kindness really warmed your heart? It could be from our viewers or just in your daily life.
OMG, yes. The other day, one of our viewers sent Ichi a message saying my health tips actually helped them feel more energetic. It, totally made my whole week.
That's great, Kara. Boku had something similar. Someone mentioned they were having a tough time, but our streams helped them smile a little. That's the best reward, isn't it?
Fufu, it sounds like you're both a wonderful source of support. I'm proud of you. My own little moment was when a junior researcher brought me coffee, saying I looked tired. It was a small thing, but so thoughtful.
This unit received feedback categorizing my data analysis as uniquely common. The logic is paradoxical, but the positive sentiment was duly recorded.
IWW Kohaku, see? That's totally a compliment. They're saying your calm vibes are super helpful. That's so sweet.
They're right. When everyone else is panicking, you're our anchor, Kohaku. It's a different kind of kindness, but it's a reliable one.
Emotional stability is a logical prerequisite for optimal performance. This unit simply provides the necessary baseline data. It is efficient.
Kindness really does come in many forms, doesn't it? It's not always about grand gestures. Sometimes it's just a quiet, steady presence.
For sure! Like when the convenience store clerk remembers your usual order. It's a tiny thing, but it makes you feel seen, you know?
Boku gets that. It's the little, everyday things. I like seeing you all just chatting and laughing in the comments after a stream ends. It feels like a warm, safe little community.
That's a perfect example of positive reinforcement loops in a community. When people feel safe and appreciated, they're more likely to offer that same kindness to others. It's a beautiful cycle.
Observation: the exchange of positive social data appears to increase group cohesion and overall morale. A strategically sound phenomenon.
Yeah, it's like a chain reaction of awesomeness. If our streams can be the start of that for even one person, that's a total win.
Couldn't agree more. Boku just wants this to be a place where you all can feel a little lighter, you know? That's what matters.
Indeed. Thank you all, everyone watching, for helping us create such a wonderful space together.
Okay, so has anyone ever had their model totally freak out? The other day, my hair physics went completely wild and started stretching all the way across the screen. It was nuts!
Full. Physics glitches can be quite the spectacle. I once had my glasses detach from my face and just float in mid-minus air for a solid minute. It was quite surreal.
That sounds pretty funny. Boku once accidentally hit a hotkey that made my entire model invisible except for my eyes and mouth. It was luck.
This unit's facial tracking once miscalibrated, registering the neutral expression as extreme anger. For 10 minutes, I appeared to be silently raging. Viewer confusion levels were high.
OMG! Silently raging Kohaku sounds terrifying, but also kinda cool. Not gonna lie, like a final boss!
It's always the unexpected things. I had my cat jump on my desk once and unplug my main monitor. The screen went black and I had a moment of genuine panic.
Oh, that's the worst. The sudden silence and darkness. Boku feels that. It's that split second where you think this is it, the stream is over.
For real! It's like instant adrenaline rush. You gotta be a super quick problem solver.
Hardware disconnect event. Average recovery time 12 seconds. Unacceptable performance metric under pressure.
Speaking of pressure, what about audio issues? My mic once started making a strange buzzing noise and I couldn't figure out why. Turns out my phone was too close to the cable.
Ah, the mystery buzz. Boku knows it well. It's amazing how many things can interfere with a microphone. It's like they're allergic to everything.
Tell me about it. One time, my audio just completely cut out. Uchi was talking for 2 whole minutes before realizing no one could hear me. So embarrassing.
We've all been there, Kara. It's a rite of passage for a streamer, I think. Talking to the void.
Query accidentally muting yourself funny moments compilation. Search results indicate this is a common and popular phenomenon.
It's always funny in hindsight. In the moment, though, pure chaos. But hey, it makes for a good story later, right?
Totally! What about food minus related disasters? Uchi almost spilled a giant smoothie on my keyboard last week. That was a close call.
My goodness, be careful. I'm very particular about keeping liquids away from my setup. The potential for catastrophe is just high.
Boku once sneezed while drinking tea. It wasn't a pretty sight. Had to do a full minus on emergency cleanup mid-minus stream. The chat was very entertained.
Warning. Liquid contaminants pose a critical threat to electronic systems. Recommending implementation of a splash guard protocol.
Hey, Splash Guard Protocol! That sounds so official and cool, Kohaku. We should totally make that a thing!
Alright, let's switch gears a little. Has anyone found any small items or habits recently that have seriously improved your quality of life? I'm curious.
Gee, yes. Uchi totally got one of those smart water bottles that glows to remind you to drink. My hydration levels are through the roof now. It's a game minus changer.
Day glowing water bottle? That's cute. For Boku, it's a weighted blanket. Seriously, It feels like a constant, gentle hug. It's really helped Boku relax after streams.
This unit acquired a new thermal paste from my central processor. Core temperature has decreased by an average of 5 degrees Celsius. Operational efficiency has improved by 4%.
For your computer? That totally counts. Less lag means less stress. See, it's all about health.
Fufu, it's true. Reducing small, persistent stressors, whether it's dehydration or system lag, has a cumulative positive effect on your mental state. My contribution is a sunrise alarm clock.
Oh, one of those that gets gradually brighter. Boku has heard about them. Do they actually work?
They do. Waking up to gentle light instead of a blaring noise makes my mornings feel much calmer. It helps regulate your circadian rhythm. It's a much more natural way to start the day.
Yes! Mari minus me gets it! You gotta sync up with the sun. That's prime serotonin minus baking time. Uchi just throws open the curtains first thing.
Light simulation. An effective method for calibrating optical sensors upon system startup. Logical.
It's not always about gadgets, though. Boku started making a point to drink a specific type of herbal tea before bed. Just the ritual of it is soothing.
How? What kind? Chamomile? Peppermint? Those are great for digestion and relaxation. Super good choice, Tsuki.
Chamomile with a little bit of honey. It's simple, but it tells my brain okay. It's time to wind down now. It's a nice little signal.
That's a perfect example of habit stacking on creating environmental cues for your brain. You've associated the tea with relaxation, making the process more effective. Very smart.
Initiating a shutdown sequence with a standardized protocol reduces the probability of system errors during sleep mode. This unit approves.
Shutdown sequence! LOL! Uchi should call my skincare routine that from now on. It sounds way cooler.
Nightly maintenance protocol engage. Boku likes it.
Reframing it that way could actually increase your consistency with the routine. The brain enjoys structure and defined processes. You might be onto something, Kohaku.
Affirmative. Nomenclature is a critical component of data categorization and prioritizations.
Okay, this is awesome. We've got smart bottles, blankets, alarm clocks, and now shutdown sequences. We're like cool as superheroes.
I've noticed something funny lately. I think being a VTuber is starting to affect my daily life.
OMG, totally. Uchi was just thinking that. Like, whenever I see something cute or funny, my first thought is, this would be great stream content.
I get that. For me, it happens when I mess something up. I'll drop something and then calmly think, was that a good reaction for the stream?
Observation. A constant self minus monitoring for entertainment value can be classified as a form of occupational conditioning.
Exactly. I find myself mentally framing things as if I were explaining them to an audience. It's become a habit.
For real. The other day, I got this amazing latte art and almost yelled, "Look everyone!" to my empty apartment.
That's dangerous. I once saw a weirdly shaped cloud outside and almost asked mine on minus existent chat what it looked like.
Very unusual cloud formations public reactions. searching for related social media trends.
It seems we all have streamer brain now, but I suppose it's proof that we're always thinking about our viewers, isn't it?
Oh, that's a good way to put it. It just means we love you guys a ton. That's awesome.
Yeah, I guess so. Thinking about you all more often isn't a bad thing at all.
Increased cognitive allocation towards audience engagement. Analysis suggests a positive correlation with viewer satisfaction. Logical.
What about narrating your own actions? Tsuki, you mentioned analyzing your reactions. Any specific examples?
Well, I was cooking the other day and dropped a bunch of vegetables on the floor. My brain immediately went, "Oh, a crucial mistake from the player."
Hi, Achai! It's hilarious. Like your sports mind is casting your own life.
Fufu, I can just picture it. But it's wonderful that you can find the humor in a situation like that.
System log catastrophic ingredient loss detected. Recommend immediate annotation protocol.
For me, it's at the gym. When I'm working out, I always think, I need to explain how this feels and which muscle it's targeting.
That's a full minus blown occupational hazard right there, Kira.
These are all such interesting stories. It seems that thanks to streaming, we've all learned to see our daily lives from a slightly different perspective. Thinking about the modern world, I'm curious. With so much information constantly available, how do you all filter it? Do you have your own personal information protocol?
Protocol? Ochi just follows my gut. If a headline looks interesting, I'll read it. If a feed is full of depressing stuff, I just unfollow. Gotta protect the vibes, you know.
That's actually a really healthy approach, Kara. Boku is pretty intentional about it. My social media feeds are carefully curated to be safe spaces. Mostly art, music, and animals.
This unit utilizes RSS feeds and keyword minus based alerts from pre-minus approved, data minus centric sources. Social media is an inefficient vector for factual data acquisition.
So we have an emotional filter and a logical filter. Both are valid strategies for avoiding cognitive overload. It depends on whether your goal is peace of mind or data accuracy.
Feeds. Sounds intense. Uchi just follows a few science minus Y creators who break everything down. They do the hard work so Uchi doesn't have to.
Delegating the research to someone you trust. That's smart. It's important to have sources that don't just dump raw data on you, but explain it in a way that doesn't cause anxiety.
Relying on a single human node for data analysis introduces a significant risk of bias. Cross-minus referencing multiple sources is the optimal protocol.
That's the academic in you speaking, Kohaku. For everyday life, though, Kira's method of finding a reliable communicator is very efficient. Not everyone has time to read 3 studies on vitamins.
For real. If it feels like homework, my brain just shuts off. It's gotta be fun and easy to understand.
Boku also mutes specific words and phrases. If there's a big, stressful news event, Boku filters those keywords out for a while. It's like a temporary shield.
An excellent strategy. You're not ignoring reality. You're simply choosing when and how you engage with it. That's a key part of maintaining mental stamina.
A content filtration firewall. Logical. It prevents system resources from being allocated to processing the minus essential, high minus stress data packets.
a game changer. Uchi needs to set that up like yesterday. Goodbye, weird comment sections.
It helps a lot. It's all about making your digital space a place you want to be in, not a place you have to endure.
I also find that scheduling my information time helps. I check news and social media at specific times, rather than reacting to every notification. It prevents constant distraction.
Oh! Like okay, it's 3 p.m. Time for my 15-minute scroll. Uchi could totally get behind that. Makes it feel like a treat instead of a habit.
Batch processing. More efficient than continuous, interrupt-driven processing. This unit's operational schedule already incorporates this principle.
Exactly. Being intentional is the whole point. You decide what comes in and when. You're in charge, not the algorithm.
It seems we all have our own ways of building a fortress for our minds. Very insightful, everyone. Okay, changing the subject slightly. Has anyone seen something recently that made you do a double mistake? Something just a little strange or out of place?
OMG, yes! The other day, Uchi saw a guy walking a huge parrot on a leash in the park. Like, not a little one, a full on Maka. It was so weird but also kinda cool.
A parrot on a leash? That's something. Boku saw a single, perfectly clean high minus, heeled shoe sitting on top of a mailbox. Made Boku wonder about the story behind it.
The Cinderella of the digital age. I love little mysteries like that. It makes you realize everyone has a story you know nothing about.
Observation. This unit witnessed a traffic light cycle through green, yellow, and read in under 1 second before returning to normal operation. A system glitch.
Whoa, that's like a glitch in the Matrix. Or maybe the traffic light was just super impatient. Hurry up, people.
An impatient traffic light. Boku likes that idea. It's more fun than just a malfunction.
It's all about perception, isn't it? One person's glitch is another's little piece of magic. What about online? Any strange videos making the rounds?
Oh, for sure. There's this video of a cat that learned how to ring a little bell for treats. But now it just sits there ringing it an ON-STOP. The owner's face is priceless.
The cat has learned to exploit the system. Smart. Boku respects the hustle.
Analysis. The feline has successfully conditioned the human. The roles have been reversed. A fascinating case study.
It certainly is. The student becomes the master. It's a perfect example of operant conditioning at work.
See, animals are so smart. Way smarter than we give them credit for. That parrot was probably taking its human for a walk.
And now Boku is just imagining the parrot's quacking directions. Turn left here, human. Slower.
Fufu, what a delightful image. It's nice to see things that break the mold of everyday life.
Query parrot navigation capabilities urban environment. Search results are inconclusive.
Hello, Ow. Kohaku, you are killing me. We need to get you a research grant for that.
Project Parrot GPS. Boku would fund it.
Well, from parrots to impatient traffic lights, it seems the world is full of little oddities if you just look for them. We've talked a lot about managing digital information, but it makes me wonder, what do you all do to get away from screens and really engage your physical senses?
question. Uchi has been totally obsessed with my little balcony garden lately. Getting my hands in the dirt, feeling the sun, and the smell of fresh herbs is just like the best thing ever.
Gardening, huh? That sounds nice and peaceful. Boku can just picture you getting super excited when a new leaf pops out.
For real! Uchi talks to them every morning. It's good for their Sioni intake, you know. Plus, I get fresh mint from my water. Total win minus win.
That's wonderful, Kara. Engaging with nature, even on a small scale, has proven benefits for mental well-minded being. It's a very grounding activity.
Photosynthesis. Chlorophyll. The process is biochemically efficient. This unit calculates the Q-juice hormones.
Boku has been trying to get back into sketching with an actual pencil and paper. The sound the graphite makes and the texture of the paper. It's different, more deliberate than using a tablet.
I understand that completely. There's a certain satisfaction in creating something tangible. The imperfections are part of the charm, aren't they?
Oh, MG Tsuki, you draw? Oh, that's amazing! You gotta show us sometime. We could totally do a drawing stream!
Maybe someday. Boku's not that good, but it's just for relaxing. No pressure.
Analog data input. Direct tactile feedback loop. Superior to digital interfaces for certain creative processes. Happy little tree search.
Kahoku is doing her research. What about you, Kahoku? Is there any sensory experience you particularly enjoy? Besides the cold of your ice cream, of course.
This unit finds the auditory frequency of a cat purring to be optimal. The low-minus frequency vibration has a documented calming effect. It is pleasant.
Ah, Kohaku! That's so cute! Uchi knew you had a soft spot. You like kitties.
A cat spur, huh? Yeah, that's a top minus dear sound. It's like a little engine of happiness running right next to you.
It truly is. It's a sound of pure contentment. See? We all have these little analog things that bring us joy.
This is so awesome! Gardening, sketching cat purrs. Uchi feels like we should make a club, the Go Touch Grass Club. LOL!
Boku would join that club. It's important to remember there's a whole world of textures, smells, and sounds out there.
I agree. It helps us recharge, so we can come back here and enjoy our time online even more. It's all about a healthy balance.
Conclusion. Periodic disconnection from the network for sensory input calibration is beneficial for long-term operational stability. Acknowledged.
Okay, random question time. If you could have any animal sense that humans don't, what would you pick? Like, for REAL.
An interesting thought. Let's hear your idea first, Kira.
Uchi would totally pick magnetoreception like birds have. I built minus in GPS. I'd never get lost again even if my phone died. It's like the ultimate life hack.
Magnetoreception. The ability to perceive magnetic fields. The user would essentially see the Earth's geomagnetic field, a constant, overlaid data stream.
To see a fundamental force of nature. It would certainly change your entire perception of the world. A practical choice, Kira.
See it? Well, that's even cooler than Uchi thought. Would it look like, I don't know, glowing lines everywhere?
Glowing lines might get a little distracting. Boku is thinking echolocation, like a bat. Navigating a pitch-minus black room just by making little clicks? That sounds useful.
Negative. High potential for noise complaints from adjacent residential units. This unit does not recommend this ability for urban living.
Ow! Ow! Always thinking about the logistics. Okay, fair enough. No screaming like a bat in the apartment.
How about a shark's electroreception then? The ability to sense the minute electrical fields that all living things generate.
Feeling someone's bio-minus electric field. You'd know someone was coming before you could see or hear them. No one could ever sneak up on you again.
Oh, like a personal radar. You could totally tell if someone was hiding around the corner. That's awesome.
This ability is optimized for aquatic environments. Its effectiveness in air, a non-minus conductive medium, would be severely limited.
So it only works underwater? That's a bummer. Uchi doesn't want to have to be in a swimming pool to use my powers.
It seems every unique sense comes with its own set of operating conditions. What about you, Kohaku? What new sensor would you choose for yourself?
Infrared vision. Like a pit viper. Detecting thermal signatures. It would be efficient for locating the nearest source of ice cream.
Hey, RJ! Of course it's for ice cream! That is the most Kohaku answer ever. Uchi loves it.
A heat-minus seeking system for frozen desserts. Boku respects that. A truly vital function.
Fulfill a very logical and delicious application. It seems we make quite the team with our new senses, wouldn't we?
For real! We'd have a GPS, a personal radar, and an ice cream finder. We'd be, like, totally unstoppable. Okay, so, new topic. Has anyone seen, like, a super amazing view or some awesome art recently? Something that totally blew your mind?
A breathtaking view. The other night, Boku was on a rooftop and saw the whole city spread out. The endless lights looked like a galaxy. It was quiet and beautiful.
That's a lovely image, Tsuki. For me, it was a museum exhibit on abstract art. Seeing the colors and shapes, you could feel the artist's emotion. It was fascinating.
Oh, city lights and modern art. Both are so cool. Uchi gets it.
This unit recently processed high-minus resolution imagery from the James Webb Space Telescope. The pillars of creation, the sheer scale and data volume were staggering. A visually optimal dataset.
Whoa, space pictures! That's next level, Kohaku. Like literally out of this world. So cool.
Leave it to Kohaku to find beauty in pure data. Boku thinks that's pretty cool too. It's a different kind of awe.
Fufu, it truly is. It shows that breathtaking is subjective. It can be an emotional response, an intellectual appreciation, or an understanding of immense scale.
Totally. It's what makes your heart go thump minus thump, right? For Uchi, it was the sunrise after an all-minus night hike. The colors were insane. Better than any filter.
The reward after a difficult climb. That experience is psychologically powerful. Your brain links the beautiful sight with a sense of accomplishment.
Yeah? You earned that view. It feels different from just stumbling upon it. More personal.
Sunrise color spectrum atmospheric scattering. The phenomenon is predictable. However, direct optical observation can trigger a positive hormonal response. Dopamine release is probable.
See, even Kohaku gets it. It's a dopamine rush. That's the best kind of rush.
From cityscapes to cosmic clouds, it seems we've all found something recently. It's important to seek out those moments.
It reminds you there's a big, interesting world out there. Helps put your own little problems in perspective, you know?
OMG! We should totally go on a trip together to see something awesome. Like a real minus life art and nature tour.
Calculating optimal destinations. Criteria: high artistic value, low crowd density, proximity to high minus quality ice cream vendors.
Huh. Can't forget the most important criteria, right, Kohaku?
A well-minus planned trip indeed. I would be up for that. It would make for a wonderful memory.
Yes, it's a plan. Our next big adventure. It's gonna be epic.
Fufu, taking the idea of animal senses a bit further. What if you could actually be one of those animals for a single day? Not just have their senses, but live their life.
OMG, yes. Uchi would totally be a vulture. Hands down.
A vulture? An interesting choice, Kara. Why not something a little more conventionally cute?
Because they're so misunderstood. Imagine just riding thermal updrafts all day. No flapping, just soaring and seeing the whole world spread out below you. It's like ultimate freedom.
Analysis vultures utilize thermal columns to conserve energy. This allows for extended periods of high minus altitude observation. A highly efficient mode of transport.
It sounds almost meditative. To see everything from so high above, the patterns of the forests and rivers, you'd gain a completely new perspective on the world.
Right? No traffic, no noise, just you and the big blue sky. What about you, Tsuki? What would you pick?
Boku would be a bat. I'd find a nice, dark, quiet cave and just sleep all day. Then when the sun goes down, the world becomes a playground of echoes.
Oh, a night minus dweller. So you'd be mapping out the city with sound? That's actually super cool!
Exactly. Chasing insects through a forest you can't see but can perfectly picture with sound. It would be a very different kind of quiet, a very focused kind of hunting.
I ruled defined by sound and vibration instead of light. That's a profound shift in reality. How about you, Kohaku? What would your 1- state form be?
This unit selects the form of an African elephant.
An elephant? Wow, that's awesome! Why an elephant?
Their ability to communicate using infrared, a low minus frequency, long minus distance network. Also, their memory is a robust data storage system. I would spend the day logging sensory input.
Fufu, of course it would be about data collection. Feeling the rumble of other herds through the ground. Remembering the location of every water source. Very logical.
Just a peaceful day of walking, eating, and downloading information about the savannah. Boku can see the appeal. No drama, just existence.
A soaring vulture, a sound minus ninja bat, and a date a minus collecting elephant. We would be the most random but awesome team ever.
It seems we all chose a form that offers a unique and powerful way to perceive the world. It's a lovely thought experiment, isn't it?
Conclusion. The experience would generate approximately 3 petabytes of sensory data. Data management would be a challenge.
IHA. You'd need a whole server farm to process one day as an elephant. That's hilarious. Okay, team, new question. If you could jump into any fictional world, like from a game, a movie, whatever, where would you go and what would you do first?
A fictional world, huh? That's a good one. Boku would pick somewhere quiet. A world with a peaceful forest and maybe some strange friendly creatures to talk to.
Fufu. That sounds lovely, Tsuki. For me, I think I'd choose the world of a classic mystery novel. I'd love to observe a brilliant detective's methods firsthand.
Hey, mystery? That's so cool, Mari. Uchi would go somewhere with, like, magic and dragons. I'd want to learn a super flashy spell right away.
High minus fantasy setting. High risk. This unit suggests a science fiction universe. A sprawling cyberpunk city. The data streams would be extensive.
Huh. I bet. You just want to analyze their technology and try the synthetic food, don't you, Kohaku?
Analysis of future food products is a logical objective. Specifically, nutrient paste in synthesized ice cream.
Future ice cream. OMG, sign me up. But a world with dragons means you could fly. Think of the view from up there. So much better than a stuffy city.
It's interesting how our choices reflect our personalities. Kira seeks adventure, Tsuki wants peace, Kohaku desires information, and I'm drawn to human psychology.
Yeah? Boku's not really into the whole saving the world thing. Too much work. Just give me a cozy magical inn with a nice view.
An inn is cool, but what about a training montage? Getting super strong to beat a bad guy? That's the best part.
I think I'd just follow the main characters around, taking notes. I wouldn't interfere. The butterfly effect is a tricky thing after all.
Agreed. Altering established timelines could lead to catastrophic paradoxes. Observation only is the recommended protocol.
See, Kara? 2 against 1. No messing with the plot.
IWW fine. But if a dragon shows up, Uchi is totally fighting it. For observational purposes, of course.
Of course. For science, it's funny to imagine the 4 of us trying to travel together in one of these worlds.
It would be chaos. Kira would be starting fights, Mari would be psychoanalyzing the villain, and Kohaku would be trying to hack the magic system.
Magic system hacking. An intriguing concept. It could be a particle minus based field or a wave minus from energy. Requires further study.
It sounds like the most fun trip ever. We'd be like the weirdest but strongest adventure party in any world.
I suppose we would. Each of us would bring a very unique skill set to the table. We'd certainly be unforgettable. That was a fun thought experiment about animals. Let's shift it a bit. What if you could become an inanimate object for one day? What would you choose?
An object? Oh, Uchi would totally be a giant disco ball at a huge music festival, reflecting all the lights and seeing everyone having the best time. It'd be so hype.
A disco ball. Sounds exhausting. Boku would rather be a single, comfortable park bench under a big tree. Just watching people go by, feeling the sun and the breeze. Quiet.
The center of the party versus a quiet observer. Fufu, the contrast is very telling. Both are about witnessing moments just from very different energy levels.
This unit would become a deep minus-C research probe. The pressure would be immense, the darkness absolute. The only input would be sonar pings and bioluminescence life. Pure, unfiltered data.
Whoa, the bottom of the ocean? That's so intense. You'd be seeing stuff no one has ever seen before, like discovering a new glow minus in minus the minus dark squid or something.
That kind of solitude sounds nice. No expectations, no noise. Just a mission in the quiet of the abyss. Boku gets the appeal.
Correct. The environment is hostile to human life, making it an ideal location for unbiased data, a collection without contamination from external observers.
It seems we all chose things that observe from a distance. I disco ball above the crowd, a bench on the side, a probe in the deep. What about an object that is part of the action?
Like what? Like a soccer ball? That sounds kinda rough, LOL.
Maybe something a bit more delicate. How about a single coffee mug in a cozy popular cafe? You'd be held by so many different people, hearing their stories up close.
Coffee mug. You get to hear secrets, first dates, business deals. You'd be a silent witness to so many little dramas. That's actually really interesting.
Oh, that's a good one. You get all the tea, literally. Uchi would want to be the mug with the cutest latte art on it, for sure.
Analysis of a fame UG's existence involves repeated thermal shocks, chemical cleaning, and risk of impact. Durability would be a key performance indicator.
Leave it to Kohaku to write the product spec sheet for being a mug. But she's not wrong.
It's all about perspective, isn't it? Whether you see it as a collection of stories or a series of durability tests, it's a fascinating question.
For real? Okay, new plan. Uchi wants to be a satellite. Just chilling in space, watching the world spin. The view would be insane.
AG stationary communications satellite. An acceptable choice. Constant data stream, wide field of view, minimal maintenance requirements.
From a park bench to a satellite. Seems we all want a good view, just from different altitudes. It's all about watching the world, I guess.
It seems so. We're all observers at heart. It's been a lovely little chat, girls. Speaking of new skills, it makes me think. If you could all start a new hobby or take lessons in something right now, what would you choose?
Oh, lessons! Uchi would totally learn, like professional minus level park hour. Imagine vaulting over buildings. It'd be the best workout ever.
Park hour, huh? You'd probably get stuck on a roof. Boku would prefer something quieter. Maybe pottery. I'd like to try making my own mugs.
Pottery is lovely. It's very mindful. The focus it requires is a wonderful way to clear your head.
Pottery. Analysis indicates a high potential for therapeutic effects due to tactile stimulation. my choice would be programming, specifically quantum computing.
What now? That sounds super complicated. But hey, you could probably make some awesome games with that, right?
Kohaku trying to hack reality itself. Sounds about right. My pottery would just be for drinking hot chocolate, not for any grand purpose.
Both are wonderful goals. I think I would like to learn a classical instrument. Perhaps the cello. The deep, rich sound is so calming.
Hey cello, so classy Mari. We could form a band. Uchi on vocals, obviously. Mari on cello, Tsuki on clay drums. And Kohaku could do the laser light show.
Laser light show. Feasible. Requires a budget for industrial minus grade diodes and a fog machine. And I scream for the operator.
Koku is not making drums. My beautifully weird mugs are for peaceful activities only. You can use one for tips though.
It seems we have a plan for a very unique performance. It's fun to imagine ourselves with these new skills, isn't it?
Totally! Like, Uchi loves fitness, but park hour is a whole other level of body control. It's like practical gymnastics.
I call it practical ways to get scrapes and bruises. But I get the appeal of mastering a physical skill. It's a different kind of focus.
It's about challenging yourself. Whether it's physical like park hour or mental, like learning an instrument or a complex programming language.
The acquisition of new skills increases operational efficiency and opens new problem-solving pathways. A logical pursuit.
See? It's all about leveling up. So pottery, cello, quantum stuff, and park hour. We'd be an unstoppable team.
We'd also be very tired. Boku's going to need a nap just thinking about all that activity.
A good rest is just as important as the lesson itself. That's a wise observation, Tsuki.
IWW, don't be a party pooper, Tsuki. Naps are for AFT, or we become masters of our new hobbies. Okay, pop quiz. If you could open any kind of shop, like totally your dream shop, what would it be?
A shop, huh? That's a fun thought. You'd probably open something super bright and sparkly, Kyra.
You know it! Uchi would open a super minus healthy smoothie and protein pancake cafe. Everything would be like mega delicious but also totally good for you. Pink neon signs everywhere.
A place that's both fun and functional. Very you, Kira. I can already picture it.
Sounds a bit too energetic for Boku. I'd open a quiet, hidden little library cafe. The kind where you can just read a book in peace for hours and order a parfait.
Analysis of physical storefront has high overhead costs. Inefficient. This unit would establish an online subscription-based ice cream delivery service.
An ice cream subscription? That's so next minus level, Kohaku. You get ice cream delivered to your door without even thinking about it?
Correct. The system would analyze user consumption patterns and climate data to predict and deliver the optimal flavor and quantity of coolant.
A completely data-minus driven shop. Fascinating. As for me, I think I'd open a quiet antique bookstore.
An antique bookstore? That's nice. Why that, Mari?
Every old book has a history of previous owners and untold stories hidden in its margins. It would be like running a museum of little personal histories. I find that quite romantic.
WW, that's so sweet. Mari's shop would be so classy. Uchi's is about energy, Tsuki's about chilling out, Mari's about history, and Kaoku's is just ice cream from the future.
Boku would definitely be a customer of Kohaku's service. A library cafe needs a good supply of ice cream for its owner.
Affirmative. A B&B partnership could be arranged. Bulk discounts are available.
Fufu, we're already talking business. It's fun to imagine though. Each shop is a perfect reflection of us.
Totally! Imagine going on a shopping trip to all our stores in one day. You get a workout smoothie, a quiet treating break, a rare book, and then ice cream delivered when you get home.
That sounds like a pretty perfect day, actually. We should make it happen sometime.
It's a lovely dream. Perhaps we could design a little collaboration menu for imaginary shops.
Cross- promotional marketing. A logical strategy to maximize customer acquisition and retention.
Ah, see, we'd be unstoppable. The best business team ever. Hey guys, random thought. What if the four of us, made our own escape room? What would the theme even be?
Oh, what a delightful premise. I imagine it would have to be something that plays to all of our strengths.
An escape room, huh? Sounds like a lot of work. Boku's theme would be escape from social obligations. The final boss is a comfy bed.
A more logical theme would be a futuristic science lab. The objective avert a system meltdown by solving a series of complex logical puzzles.
Our lab is cool, but what about a haunted Victorian mansion? With, secret passages and ghost puzzles, super spooky and fun.
The Haunted Mansion. That has excellent potential for psychological storytelling. We could create a mystery about the family who lived there.
Boku likes the mansion idea. Less running around, more atmosphere. I could be the ghost that leaves cryptic clues, or just messes with people.
You'd be a wonderful enigmatic guide, Tsuki. I would be in charge of the main story and the overall puzzle flow, ensuring it's a satisfying intellectual challenge.
This unit would design the mechanical contraptions, hidden doors, pressure plates, automated locks, all based on precise engineering.
Hey, yes! Duchi can design the part where you have to, climb through a spooky collapsed corridor before the timer runs out. A little bit of action.
So Mari writes the script, Kohaku builds the set, and Kira makes it a workout. Boku is just here to look spooky and whisper in helpful things. Perfect.
It's not unhelpful, it's increasing the difficulty. A crucial role. We need to control the flow of information very carefully.
The final puzzle should be a multi-layered logic problem that requires combining clues from every room. Success probability should be low, but not zero.
And the story should have a twist. The ghost you were helping was actually the bad guy all along. Mind blown.
I was thinking the twist could be more personal. For example, to escape, the team must choose to sacrifice a key item they worked hard to obtain.
Oh, I like that. Make them choose between winning and their treasure. That's delightfully cruel, Mari-san.
Analyzing player behavior when faced with a sunk cost fallacy dilemma would yield fascinating data. The proposal is strategically sound.
Whoa, that's deep, but it sounds so cool. Our our escape room would totally be the best one ever.
Fufu, I agree. A perfect mix of intellect, mechanics, action, and psychological intrigue. It would be a game only we could create.
Okay, random question time. What's the most mind-minus blowing wide delicious thing you've eaten recently? Like, something that made you go, this is it, this is heaven.
That's a good one. Boku's is probably the limited minus edition strawberry parfait I found at that little cafe downtown. It wasn't just the taste.
Oh, it's always more than the taste, isn't it? Tell us more, Tsuki.
It was just a really long day, you know. The moment I took that first bite, with the perfect balance of sweet cream and sour strawberry, it felt like the whole world just paused. A perfect reward.
AWW. I totally get that. The reward minus meal is the best meal. For me, it was this homemade protein smoothie I made after a super intense workout.
Protein smoothie. An efficient method of delivering nutrients for muscle repair post-minus exercise. Specify ingredients.
It's spinach, banana, almond milk, and a scoop of vanilla protein powder. The coldness and the sweetness when I was super tired and sweaty? Literally life minus changing.
Fufu, it's about the context. My unforgettable meal was a risotto I had at a quiet little Italian place. It was a rainy day.
A risotto on a rainy day sounds perfect. What kind was it?
Mushroom and truffle. The aroma filled the air before it even reached the table. It was so warm and comforting, like a hug in a bowl. It made the gloomy weather feel cozy.
Hey, hug in a bowl. That's so poetic, Mari. I love it. What about you, Kohaku? What's your top minus dear food moment?
The subject is coolant. Specifically, a sea salt caramel ice cream bar.
Knew it would be ice cream. What was the special occasion?
This unit was processing a complex data set. CPU temperature reached critical levels. The coolant was applied directly to the primary heat source, my mouth.
LOL. You mean you got a brain freeze?
System minus freeze. It was a moment of absolute clarity. The sweet and salty flavor profile successfully rebooted my cognitive functions. Highly effective.
Fufu, it seems we all find our perfect moment when we need it most. Whether it's a reward, a comfort, or an emergency reboot.
Yeah. It's not just about the food, but how it saves you in that little moment. That's what makes it unforgettable.
Okay, now I'm seriously craving like all of those things at once. A parfait minus risotto minus smoothie minus ice cream combo.
That sounds unique. Perhaps we should go on a food tour together sometime and find our next unforgettable meal. Alright girls, a little thought experiment. If time and money were no object, what kind of special themed trip should the four of us take together?
Oh, like a themed trip! OMG, let's go on a journey to find all the world's superfoods and try the ultimate healthy recipes from ancient tribes.
That sounds exhausting. How about a trip to uncover and solve mysteries? Like visiting famous haunted castles or searching for mythical creatures. More brain, less running.
Searching for mythical creatures. Probability of success is statistically close to 0. However, collecting environmental data from purported habitats would be valuable.
Fufu, A mystery tour is a fantastic idea, Tsuki. We could be like a team of detectives, solving ancient riddles. I like that a lot.
Okay, mysteries are cool too. We could totally solve the Bermuda Triangle mystery. Uchi will be the one who pilots the high-minus deck submarine.
Boku calls dibs on being the one who calmly points out the obvious clue everyone else missed. And I'll be in charge of snacks.
This unit will manage the sonar and sensor equipment. Any anomalies will be logged and analyzed. Snack duty is also an acceptable secondary function.
And I'll be the one documenting our findings and putting together the final theory. It sounds like a perfect team dynamic, doesn't it?
Totally! We'd be famous! The super minus cute mystery minus solving team. What about a trip to a futuristic city though? Like a real minus life C minus phi world.
Flying cars and robot assistants. It has its charms. Boku would want to visit the future's best parfait shops.
Imagine studying the sociology of a city with fully integrated AI. The behavioral patterns would be fascinating.
Accessing the central data core of a futuristic metropolis would be optimal. The amount of unprocessed information would be significant.
And they'd have anti-minus gravity yoga studios and like holographic personal trainers. Uchi's gotta check out their fitness tech.
So, we have two options: ancient spooky mysteries or shiny future technology. Can't we do both?
Why not? We can travel through time. First, we visit the future to get advanced gear, then travel back in time to solve the ancient mysteries with it.
Oh, my minus B, you're a genius! That's the best idea ever! We'd be unstoppable!
The temporal paradox is inherent and such a plan would require careful management, but the potential results are intriguing.
Using future tech to solve past mysteries. That's just cheating. And Boku is totally on board with cheating. Let's do it.
Fufu. Then it's settled. Our grand themed trip will be a time-minus traveling mystery tour. What a wonderful thing to dream about together.
Okay, real talk. When you guys feel like your brain is just a mess of tangled headphones, what's your personal magic trick to reset everything?
Fufu, an excellent question. I'm at a reset button, so to speak.
Boku has one. I go to my kitchen and brew a very specific type of herbal tea. The whole process, just focusing on the sounds and smells, calms me down.
Oh, that sounds super calming! What kind of tea?
Chamomile with a little bit of honey. It's not about the taste, but the ritual. It signals to my brain that it's okay to slow down.
This unit initiates a full system diagnostic. I sit in complete silence and darkness for 5 minutes. No sensory input. It purges the cache and reboots my primary functions.
Oh, like a sensory deprivation ink but DIY! That's intense. Uchi would probably fall asleep.
It's a form of mindfulness, isolating yourself from stimuli to regain focus. A very effective, if difficult, technique. My method is a bit more active.
What do you do, Mari?
I reorganize something. A bookshelf, my desk drawers, anything. The act of creating physical order helps me create mental order. It's very satisfying.
I get that! For me, it's gotta be physical. I put on my brightest workout clothes and just dance around my room to super loud music. Sweating it out is the best reset.
elevating the heart rate to increase blood flow to the brain, a logical method to clear cognitive fog. This unit's secondary protocol is coolant application.
Let me guess. Ice cream?
Correct. A specific flavor, mint chocolate chip. The combination of low temperature and complex flavor profile forces a hard reset of the palate and associated neural pathways.
We all have our own little charms, don't we? Do you have any little words you say, like a personal mantra?
Totally! Before I do anything important, I look in the mirror and say, Kira, you got this. It's simple, but it pumps me up.
That's a good one. Boku's is more of a question. I just ask myself, what's the kindest thing I can do for myself right now? The answer is usually rest.
That's a lovely way to frame it, Tsuki. Mine is control the controllable. It reminds me to focus my energy only on what I can actually change.
My vocal command is execute. It is a simple, final directive to begin a task after all variables have been calculated.
Wow! Everyone's rituals are so different but so cool. It's like we all have our own user manuals.
Alright girls, here's a fun thought. If you could have just one small magical ability for everyday life, what would you choose? Something simple, like never having to wait for a traffic light.
OMG, yes. Uchi would totally pick the power to have my hair and makeup be perfect the second I wake up. Think of all the extra sleep I'd get.
That's a good one, Kira. Super practical. Boku would want the ability to know exactly what a pet is thinking. It would make them so much happier.
This unit would choose the ability to instantly recharge any electronic device by touching it. It would eliminate the inefficiency of charging times and power outlets.
Fufu. That's very logical, Kohaku. It would certainly be useful. My choice would be the ability to create the perfect background music for any situation, just by snapping my fingers.
Oh! My minus knee. That's so cool. Like having your own personal movie soundtrack. Uchi wants to change my answer. No, wait. Perfect makeup is still too good.
Imagine the dramatic music Mari would play every time someone trips. Boku would prefer something quieter. Maybe the power to make any book I want to read appear in my hands.
Query would this ability bypass copyright laws? The legal ramifications are complex.
It's magic, Kohaku. I'm pretty sure it's above the law.
Oh, I got another one. The ability to know the tastiest item on any restaurant menu without having to read it. No more food defo.
That would save a lot of decision minus making anxiety. A very useful social skill, Kira.
Boku would just use that power to find the best dessert. Every single time. No hesitation.
An alternative, the ability to perfectly fold any piece of laundry with a single touch. This would optimize storage space and reduce time spent on domestic chores.
That's like the most adult-minded sounding magic ever, but honestly, Uchi would use it. Folding fitted sheets is a nightmare.
It seems all our desired abilities are about saving time or removing small, everyday annoyances. It's quite revealing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not about big, world-minus changing powers. Just making the day a little bit smoother. That's what really counts.
For real, life's already complicated, so a little magic to make things easier sounds like a total dream.
the cumulative effect of minor efficiency improvements would lead to a significant increase in overall life quality. The logic is sound.
Foo-foo, exactly. Even a little bit of magic used wisely can make a world of difference in our own little worlds. Phew, that's a great question. For me, it's about controlling the environment to control my focus. I have different lighting setups for work and for relaxing.
Lighting? That's so smart. Uchi's desk is all about ergonomics. My monitor is at the perfect eye level, and my chair has amazing lumbar support. Gotta prevent that back pain.
Sounds very professional, Kara. Boku's desk is a comfortable chaos. I have my favorite plushies piled up in one corner. They keep me company.
My workstation is a sterile environment. Unnecessary objects are considered data noise. The only non-minus essential item permitted is a dedicated holder for my coolant.
Coolant holder? You mean an ice cream stand? Ow, ow, ow!
Affirmative. Optimal system temperature is maintained through periodic coolant intake. It is an essential component.
A very practical approach, Kohaku. I also keep a small aromatherapy diffuser. Lavender for calm and citrus when I need a little energy boost.
Aromas, huh? That's a nice touch. I just have a really nice minus smelling hand cream. When I use it, it's like a small reset button. Plus, my hands get soft.
OMG! That's so cute, Tsuki! Uchi has a giant water bottle with time markers on it. It's Creams DRNKWATR. At me so I don't forget to hydrate. It's neon pink, obviously.
Visual cues are very effective for building habits. A very Kira minus-like solution. Mine is much more subdued. All my cables are perfectly managed and hidden from sight.
Hidden cables. Boku can't relate. Mine look like a plate of spaghetti. But it's my spaghetti, you know?
Cable management reduces dust accumulation and improves airflow around hardware. A logical and efficient practice.
Don't remind me about dust. I have a mini desk vacuum cleaner. It's shaped like a ladybug and it's super useful for cleaning my keyboard.
Fufu? A ladybug vacuum? That's adorable. My special item is a very old, heavy fountain pen. I don't use it often, but its presence reminds me to be deliberate and thoughtful.
That's cool. I have a little corkboard next to my monitor. I pin nice comments or fan art I've received there. It's my wall of happiness.
IWW. That's the best idea ever. It's like having everyone cheer for you right there. Uchi might have to steal that idea.
This unit's monitor is flanked by 2 additional screens displaying system metrics and environmental data. Information is decoration.
It's fascinating how our desks reflect our personalities. The organized, the cozy, the efficient, and the analytical. All perfectly represented.
Yeah, it's a personal space. It's gotta be a place where we can be ourselves, right?
Totally! My desk is my command center for becoming the healthiest, most positive version of me.
Let's switch gears a bit. I'm curious, is there anything you've all been really passionate about lately? Something you're really rooting for?
OMG, yes. Uchi is totally obsessed with this indie athlete I found online. Her dedication to training for a marathon is, like, seriously inspiring.
An athlete, huh? That's cool, Kara. Seeing someone push their limits is always moving.
That's wonderful. What is it about her that you find so captivating? The psychology of supporting an underdog is quite fascinating.
It's her vibe. She's always super positive, even on tough days. Uchi's been tracking her meal prep and workout logs. It's like next minus level motivation for my own routine.
My current primary subject of observation is a competitive AI programming channel. They develop bots to compete in complex strategy games.
AI programming. That sounds super complex. So you're rooting for a bunch of code?
Correct. The elegance of the algorithms is the primary appeal. I analyze the evolution of their logic trees after each match. The data is beautiful.
Wow, that's a whole different kind of cheering. So what about you, Mari minus me?
From human perseverance to logical perfection. Fufu, how diverse. As for me, I've been following a group of urban explorers who document forgotten buildings.
Urban explorers? Like real minus life treasure hunters? That's so adventurous, Mari minus me. Isn't it kind of spooky?
It's more about the history and the stories the places tell. I'm interested in why they were abandoned. It's a human story, really.
Everyone's got such intense hobbies. Boku's is a lot simpler. I'm supporting a small local cafe that just opened up near me.
Ah, iCafe? Ah, that's so sweet, Tsuki. Is the food good? Details?
Their fruit parfaits are amazing. But mostly, the owner just has this really calm, welcoming vibe. It's become my little sanctuary.
A strategic relocation to a low-minus stimulus environment for mental recuperation. Logical. Does this establishment offer ice cream?
Of course. They have a really good vanilla bean gelato. I'll take you there sometime, Kohaku.
An athlete, an AI, forgotten places, and a local cafe. It's so interesting how the things we choose to support reflect our own personalities.
For real! It's like our OS higher extensions of us, so cool!
Analysis complete. The correlation between personality metrics and OS high selection is statistically significant.
Speaking of enriching our lives, has anyone started any new habits or small updates recently? Something to make your daily routine a little better.
OMG, yes! Uchi started drinking a glass of warm water with lemon every morning. It's supposed to be amazing for your digestion and skin. Total game minus changer.
That sounds very healthy, Kara. Boku started something a bit quieter. I've been trying out a 3 good things journal before I go to sleep.
Ah, gratitude journaling. A wonderful practice. Focusing on positives before sleep can significantly improve your overall mood. It's psychologically very sound.
This unit has implemented a new Pomodoro work protocol. 25 minutes of focused work, 5 minutes of rest. Productivity has increased by 8. Nana.
Pomodoro? That sounds like a tomato, but... And Hachi, Nana Boost is no joke. Does it actually work?
Affirmative. It mitigates burnout and maintains high levels of concentration. The timer is a non-minus negotiable parameter.
A strict timer. Sounds tough. Boku works better when I just follow my own flow. But I can see how it would be good for focusing.
It's It's all about finding what works for you. My new challenge is a no-minus screener before bed. I put my phone away and read a physical book instead.
An hour? Mori minus me, you're a legend. Uchi would get serious FOMO. But I bet your sleep quality is like a million times better.
Blue light from screens suppresses melatonin production. The practice is logical for optimizing sleep cycles.
So, what kind of book are you reading, Mari?
Right now, it's a classic mystery novel. It's very calming to get lost in a story without notifications popping up.
This is all so inspiring. Now Uchi wants to try something new. Maybe a small indoor herb garden. Fresh basil for my pasta? Yes, please!
Oh, that's a great idea. If you grow mint, Boko will come over for tea.
Herb garden indoor to beginner.
Fufu. It seems Kohaku is already doing the research. It's lovely to see everyone trying to grow in more ways than one.
For sure! Leveling up our daily lives is the best kind of quest.
Here's a fun thought experiment. If you could become a top professional in a field completely different from this one, what would you choose?
OMG, yes! Uchi would totally be a world-minus famous pastry chef. Like the kind who has their own EP show.
What, a pastry chef? That fits you perfectly, Kara. You'd make so many people smile.
Right? I'd invent the most amazing, delicious desserts that are also secretly super healthy. It's the ultimate challenge.
A noble goal. Combining pleasure with health. What about you, Tsuki?
Boko, I think I'd like to be an architect. Not for huge skyscrapers, but for small, personal spaces.
An architect? That's so cool and smart.
Yeah. Designing a house or a room where someone can feel completely safe and relaxed. It feels like a meaningful thing to do.
Architecture? The practice of designing and constructing buildings. It requires a balance of aesthetics and physics. Logical.
It certainly does. And you, Kohaku, what profession would you pursue?
This unit would be a deep-minus sea marine biologist. The vast majority of the ocean remains unexplored. The potential for new data is immense.
Whoa! Like exploring the trenches and finding new glowy fish? That's so adventurous.
A chef, an architect, a biologist. All so different. As for me, I believe I would enjoy being a professional negotiator.
A negotiator? Wow. You'd be terrifyingly good at that, Mari-san.
Fufu, you think so? I just find the psychology of it fascinating. Finding a solution where everyone feels like they've won. It's the ultimate puzzle of human interaction.
You'd be like bringing world peace while we make cake and build cool houses. Best team ever!
The successful negotiation of peace would be a statistically significant positive outcome. This unit would analyze the resulting societal data.
We all have our roles, I guess. It's fun to dream about these other versions of ourselves, isn't it?
Indeed. It shows what we value most: joy, safety, knowledge, and understanding. How lovely.
Totally! Makes me want to go bake something right now. And decide a cool house to eat it in.
Hey, I was just thinking, If you had one whole day, completely free to do anything you want, what's something you secretly wanted to do?
OMG, a totally free day! Uchi would go on a tour of all the Super Minus exclusive, High Minus and gyms, try out all their personal training programs back minus to minus back.
Awful. That's very you, Kyra. A day dedicated to self-minus improvement. It's a wonderful goal.
That sounds exhausting, but I get the appeal. Boku would probably go on a day trip to the coast, find a small cafe, and just watch the ocean.
This unit would visit a supercomputer facility. The objective to observe the cooling systems in operation. Optimal thermal regulation is a fascinating subject.
A supercomputer? That's so cool, literally! So, what's your dream day, Mari minus me?
My choice? I'd love to take a master class in something completely new. Maybe professional French cooking. The precision and artistry are fascinating.
French cooking. Sounds fancy. If you make anything good, Boku will be the official taste minus tester.
Yes, and Duty will calculate the PFC balance for you. We'd be the perfect support team.
French cuisine butter contentless. The data is significant.
Food. It's all about balance. It's a special treat after all, not an everyday meal plan.
So we have gyms, the ocean, supercomputers, and a cooking class. We're all over the place. It's pretty funny.
But it's all about stuff you can't normally do, right? Like, Uchi has always wanted to try glass blowing. Making something pretty out of super hot stuff sounds awesome.
Oh, glass blowing is an excellent example. It requires special equipment and an instructor. A perfect activity for a special day off.
The process of transitioning amorphous solids from a viscous to a solid state via controlled cooling is logical. This unit approves.
That sounds way more interesting than Boku's plan. Maybe I should think bigger. Like, renting out a whole movie theater just for me and my friends.
Oh, MG, yes! And we can bring our own healthy snacks and watch whatever we want. That's like the best idea ever.
See? It's fun to dream about these things. It tells you a lot about what you value. Comfort, knowledge, beauty, and new experiences.
You're right. Thinking about a perfect day is a nice way to relax in itself.
OMG, you guys. I just finished Binge Minus watching the most epic fantasy series ever. My heart is still pounding.
You look like you just ran a marathon, Kara. What was it about?
Fufu, your energy is infectious. Do tell us what has you so captivated.
It's got like dragons and magic and the super cool warrior queen. The fight scenes were insane. Totally got my adrenaline pumping.
A-octane action sequences are known to increase viewer heart rate and cortisol levels. An effective stimulus.
Ah, exactly! It's the best kind of stress. So, what about you guys? Seen anything amazing?
Well, I recently watched a quiet for film about a baker who communicates through his bread. It was incredibly subtle and beautiful.
Hey, Baker? That sounds surprisingly deep. I like stories that find meaning in everyday things.
Precisely. It was a study in non-minus verbal communication and finding purpose in one's craft. the cinematography was stunning.
Whoa! From dragons to bread! That's a total vibe shift! Sounds kinda relaxing though.
Speaking of relaxing, Boku's been hooked on a puzzle game on my phone. The music and visuals are just so peaceful.
Puzzle games stimulate the prefrontal cortex, enhancing problem-solving skills. A productive form of entertainment.
Yeah, that too, I guess. For Boku, it's more about just zoning out and arranging the pretty shapes. It helps clear my head.
A form of active meditation. That's a wonderful way to unwind. And you, Kohaku, have you been analyzing any new data streams?
Affirmative. I have been processing a multi-season documentary about the construction of mega structures.
Mega structures? Like giant bridges and skyscrapers. That sounds intense.
The logistical precision is compelling. The coordination of thousands of workers and machines to solve immense engineering problems. The efficiency is elegant.
Finding elegance and efficiency. That's very you, Kohaku. Boku can see the appeal.
Fantasy art films, puzzle games, and engineering documentaries. Fufu, our tastes are certainly diverse.
Totally! But it's super interesting to hear what everyone's into. Now I kinda wanna watch a documentary about bread. Or something. Hi! Has anything super amazing or totally hilarious happened to you guys lately? Uchi is dying for a good story!
Phew. Always so eager for excitement. Well, I had a small, rather touching experience. I saw a little kid give their only cookie to a friend who was crying. It was very sweet.
Oh, that's a nice story. It's the little things, huh? Boku saw an old couple trying to learn a new dance in the park. They were clumsy, but they were laughing so hard. It made me smile.
A WW! That's so pure! Uchi loves stuff like that. It totally boosts your oxytocin levels, you know, the love hormone.
This unit observed a crow successfully use a piece of wire to fish out food from a narrow pipe. The display of problem-solving intelligence was impressive.
A crow using tools? That's genuinely cool, Kohaku. They're smarter than people think.
It seems we've all witnessed something interesting recently. Kindness, joy, intelligence. It's all around us if we look for it.
For sure! Oh, Uchi remembered another thing. I was on the train, and this guy's phone alarm was a super loud rooster crowing. Everyone woke up. It was hilarious.
A rooster? In the morning rush? Boku would have been so startled. That's pretty funny.
Where was the decibel level of the rooster alarm within public transport etiquette parameters?
Fufu. I'm not sure such parameters exist, Kohaku. But it certainly is an effective way to wake up.
Right? No way you're sleeping through that. It was way better than a boring old ringtone.
I guess it's a memorable way to start the day. Better than something boring, for sure.
It's fun to share these little anecdotes. It feels like we're sharing a piece of our daily lives.
Data sharing is an efficient method of strengthening group cohesion. This unit concurs.
Totally. Hearing your stories made my day even better. We should do this more often.
Yeah, it's nice. Makes you realize interesting things are always happening.
Indeed. A good reminder to keep our eyes open for the small wonders around us. Puffle, speaking of new things, has anyone had one of those little aha moments recently? Some small life hack or a surprising fact you've stumbled upon?
OMG, yes! Uchi totally learned that if you roll a lemon on the counter before you cut it, you get WA lime juice out. It's been a game minus changer for my morning detox water.
That's actually useful. For Boku, I found out you can hold the spacebar on your phone's keyboard to move the cursor. I've been fighting with that for years.
That's a classic. It's interesting how these simple solutions are hidden in plain sight. It just goes to show you can always find a better way to do things.
The pressure applied during the rolling process ruptures the citrus vesicles, maximizing fluid extraction, an efficient method.
Say, it's science! What about you, Kohaku? Discovered any secret emerald shortcuts?
Affirmative. I discovered that placing a layer of plastic wrap directly on the surface of ice cream prevents freezer burn by minimizing ice crystal formation.
Now that is vital information. You might have just saved my emergency parfait supply. You have my gratitude, Kohaku.
A practical tip for preserving sweet fufu. I recently learned that adding a tiny pinch of salt to fruit, like watermelon or pineapple, actually enhances its sweetness.
Whoa! For real? Salt on fruit? That sounds kinda weird, but also kinda makes sense. Like it balances the flavors or something?
Precisely. It suppresses the bitterness and makes the sweet notes stand out more to our taste buds.
Interesting. So it's not about making it salty, but about tricking your brain into tasting more sweetness. That's clever.
Sodium ion taste receptor interaction. The data indicates it modulates the perception of other flavors. A valid chemical process.
Okay, my mind is blown. My post-minus workout fruit smoothie is about to get a major upgrade. Thanks, Mari minus Ni.
You're very welcome. It's the little pieces of knowledge that can bring the most unexpected joy to our routines, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. It feels like you've unlocked a secret achievement in the game of life or something.
Totally! Like, Uchi also found out that if you take a picture of a plant with some apps, it'll tell you exactly what it is and how to care for it. So cool!
Image recognition software cross-minus referencing a botanical database. An efficient application of technology for domestic horticulture.
That's useful. Maybe Boku can finally figure out what that plant in the corner of my room is actually called.
It seems we're all collecting little upgrades for our lives. I wonder what we'll discover next.
Okay, random question time. Have you guys ever had one of those moments where you're like, OMG, Uchi could totally invent this, even if it's a super small thing?
All the time. Boku was just thinking I want a device that finds the one sock that always goes missing in the laundry. Seriously, where do they go?
Fufu, the mystery of the missing sock. I'd invest in that. It's a universal problem that preys on our desire for order and completeness.
Statistical analysis suggests laundry machines are not interdimension portals. The most probable cause is static cling to other garments.
Forget socks! Uchi wants a mirror that automatically does your makeup perfectly. And And it would know what look fits your vibes and health for the day. That would be a lifesaver.
Oh, that's a good one. I get minus ready minus and minus 5 minus seconds machine. Boku would be able to sleep and so much more. I support this idea.
That would be a huge market. It's troubleness a complex, time-minus consuming routine. People pay a premium for convenience and confidence.
This unit requires a different kind of invention. A button that instantly cools any room to the optimal temperature for ice cream consumption. Immediately.
OMG, Kohaku! That's so you! But, like, it's also genius for saving energy, right? Instant cooling is way more efficient.
Loft, you just want an excuse to eat more ice cream. Can't say Boku blames you though.
My idea is a bit more work-minus related. I'd love a pen that automatically digitizes, organizes, and summarizes my handwritten notes. It would save hours of transcription.
Smart pens with such capabilities exist. However, current character recognition accuracy for complex handwriting remains suboptimal.
Whoa! That's super smart, Mari minus ni. Uchi would use that to track my workouts and meals. Just scribble it down and it's all in an app. Awesome!
Boku's next idea is even simpler, a microwave that doesn't make a loud beep when it's done. Just a quiet little notification on your phone.
Solving the problem of auditory